Alright. 5 minutes to go before we start, and only one person has shown. You may get to play, Jack. I hope people weren't confused about with the time zones. Let me check my email, see if anyone has tried to message me there. Nope. Let's clear off the table. Remask the map. Here we go.
User joined your channel.
I can barely hear you.
Can you hear a hum in my feed?
No, I don't hear a hum, but your voice is really soft. Let's see.
Out of curiosity, do you know how to add games to TeamSpeak?
Do I know how to add games to what?
Game, G-A-I-N, game.
Gain. No, I don't.
I'm getting a weird echo, like everything I said and what you say is being repeated about 10 seconds later.
Um, do you have the Twitch stream open? If you're watching the live feed of this game, that would be it.
Yes.
And you'll want to mute that then.
Am I live on the Twitch stream?
Yeah, we're live right now. To Oh yeah, you'll want to mute that. To mute it, you need to go over to the stream and look in the bottom left corner of the video, and there's a microphone button, and you can change the volume.
All right, I got it. So, am I sounding better?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I'm gonna step away and grab a character sheet real quick.
Alrighty.
Do you have a fighter yet? I haven't really played a fighter before.
We don't have anyone who's shown up yet. You're the first. Maybe we'll see if anyone's in the Twitch chat at the moment.
There's somebody named Jack J. Aaron.
Yeah, he's just watching, because he's not a new player. This is expressly for new players to get them into the game. I wonder what my doesn't show my TeamSpeak thing in the broadcast. Interesting.
Do you like to hear feedback on your gameplay?
Your voice is pretty soft again.
Do you like to hear feedback on your dungeon mastering?
Yeah, as long as it's good.
Okay, well, I was talking to a friend last night, and one of the things I had to say is that I really appreciated your ability to convey the variety of characters, particularly with the voices and accents,
Uh-huh.
and the role play. I didn't have a chance to find the thing, but when I was listening to it, you kept you. I noticed that during play you said something about my cows too, and somebody said, "Be quiet, Shoes." And then later, Shoes like, "And she killed my cow."
Uh-huh.
I'm not sure if that's part of the module or you just made that up, but I thought that was really nice.
That actually is part of the module. I get that a lot. People saying, was that part of the module? It was part of the module.
Well, anyhow, I thought it was pretty good. My friend said they played with you a couple of times and thought you were pretty good too.
Well, thanks for the feedback. It's very encouraging.
Is this an AO log sheet thing or not an AO log sheet thing?
This will be an AL legal game if we can get through to it.
Why are you starting in the middle of Mines of Phandelver, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, because I think part one is boring, and it has part two has like a couple magic items in it that I think you guys might enjoy. Besides, it's not necessary to start in part one.
So I've read up until the end of the cave, on the way to Phandelver.
Uh huh.
Is that part one?
Yeah. That knowledge will not be necessary. This Lost Mine of Phandelver is pretty modular. It can be run. You can jump in at any point, really, as long as the DM can come up with a satisfying adventure hook, which I will endeavor to do. Well, the adventure hook may not be as satisfying because mostly I just want to get you guys in there so that you can start playing. Alright, I'm going to have to go over to the Twitch stream to get some people in here.
Fantasy Grounds. I have the ultimate license for the player's handbook.
That's fine. That's what this workshop is for. Well, this tutorial.
That's what I was hoping.
Mostly I just wanted to play a game, but I also thought, as long as we, maybe I can also get some new blood in here. I see a lot of people posting on the Moonsea Pub page about how they really want to get playing, but it's kind of hard, and so.
Get the software opened up here. I don't have.
Ah, yes, and I've posted.
Give me a second here.
Alrighty.
Where did you say you posted the alias?
It's in the Twitch, or not the Twitch, sorry. It's in the TeamSpeak chat. If you open up your TeamSpeak window, there is, in like the bottom middle, you should see some tabs that one says FGCon Community Use Server and one should say DM Keaton. If you click on that, we have a chat that only people in this channel can see. And it says that the login information for my Fantasy Grounds is currently Cold Grave Daring Quill. And you're in. Delg Iron.
Yes.
Okay, good. Everyone's here. Everyone who was in the Twitch anyway. And that's 3 people, so we at least have the minimum we need to be able to play a game.
Okay, I'm looking here in the chats at the bottom of it, and I'm trying to figure out where. I think I just typed in it.
Yep, I see that.
How do I start a new character on this character selection?
Alright, on the character selection, down at the bottom, you should see a little brown button with a diagonal mark. Do you?
I see a blue arrow pointing up and a green plus sign. Add item.
Okay. The blue button is for importing a character who already exists. We're going to start with making a new character today. So you want to click the green plus sign. And that gives you a blank character sheet. And for now, just leave it blank because we're going to be going through how to fill it out. You can put in the name and stuff, and you can also feel. If you hear some dog barking in the background, it might be me as well, because I just activated my voice activation, so when my dog sees a squirrel, you may hear his voice. Let's test, test, test. I may have Alright. Greycloak has connected. Drew Eubanks has connected. Delg, do you know how to join Fantasy Grounds?
No, I do not.
Alright. Do you have the Fantasy Grounds installed?
Yeah.
Do you have it launched?
Yeah.
Alright.
I have it to where it says username and host address.
Okay. Yeah, in username, just type whatever you want your name to be. No one really sees it, so it doesn't matter. But in the host address, type 4 words: cold, grave, daring, quill. Separated by spaces, no caps.
All right. So for the character, you said we're just hitting the add item right now.
Yep. Ta-da. Fantasy Grounds has a good deal of automation in character building, and we will be exploring that today. I noticed I wanted to do this because yesterday I noticed a lot of people had manually built their characters, which is fine, but it kind of it loses out on some of Fantasy Grounds.
Cool.
I'm gonna go see if anyone else is in the Twitch chat.
Right now it's saying downloading files.
Yeah, it will be downloading. It will download files that I have. If you do not have access to the player's handbook, if you have not purchased it, it will download it temporarily onto your drive for access while you are on my table, on my virtual table.
That's badass.
And I will, after we are done, I will save your characters to a OneDrive, a shared drive that all of my players can access. And then you need only, in future games, instead of clicking the green arrow, you need only click the blue. Instead of clicking the green plus sign, you need only click the blue arrow, find the file, and upload it, and it will be exactly as you left it, except the any pictures you assigned will be gone, because it doesn't store character portraits. Alright, let's see. Because we have a bunch of new people, I will wait until, say, 11:35, I guess, to see if anyone else shows up, and we can also phase people in as they arrive, but we will definitely start with the 3 people who are here at 11:35 if no one else shows up. I'm gonna go check my Facebook real quick. Alright, and I have a hard departure time of 6 p.m., but I don't think we will go that long. It's possible, but I don't think we will.
I can't status.
Oh yeah. That's
I won't be able to
that's the absolute most cutoff.
I probably like to leave around 4:30.
.30 sounds like a good time. At the very least, we will definitely be able to get through character creation. And then maybe practice a little bit of combat as we're able to fit in.
Okay, since we're waiting about 2 or 3 more minutes, I'm gonna grab a bowl.
Yeah, go ahead and get any snacks, biological functions done that you need to do before we get started.
Okay, I'm in.
My fighter doesn't even come with a shield.
Your fighter doesn't come with a shield.
And his AC is only 14.
That's an okay armor class.
Oh, it's wearing leather armor.
Leather. Yeah, if you're gonna be like a frontline fighter, you might want to get higher than leather. Leather is one of the kind of the bare minimum.
At least I don't have a disadvantage on stealth for now.
Yeah, yeah. In part 4 of the starter set adventure, there's a pretty sweet magical breastplate. So it's medium armor. It gives you about as much armor class as like chainmail, I think, and no disadvantage on stealth. But we will not get that far. There are 2 magic items in this adventure that we might be able to claim. The starter set was kind of designed to get people hooked on it, and then in the rest throughout all of the other adventures, they're pretty stingy with the magic items. But in the starter set, they wanted to get people addicted.
Or cause conflict, there's 2 fighters in the starter set and only 1 breastplate.
Oh, you don't have to play as one of the pre-generated characters. You can make up
But the character creation part of the starter set isn't really that detailed.
Yeah, it's not.
And it only includes fighter, wizard, rogue, and cleric, I believe.
Well, here we will have access to all of the available classes. So you can feel free to stick with that fighter, however, if you so desire. Additionally, Wizards of the Coast website has a whole list of pre-gens that are available to anyone. I can get a link for that. No, I don't think so. These guys only have 1 level, but they have everything spelled out clearly. If you like that first 5 decisions spelled out thing, you can stick with that. I'm gonna go ahead and get a link of the pre-gen so everyone has access to it. I've posted a link in the Fantasy Grounds chat where one can find all of the official pre-gens. There are, of course, many more out there. I'll also post it in the Twitch chat. Alright. In 8 minutes, we'll get started. In the meantime, you might want to poke around in Fantasy Grounds, click some buttons. Feel free to ask questions about things while we wait. I suppose I could also mention some of the non-essential things that maybe you may want to look into. For instance, in the top right corner of your Fantasy Grounds table, there's a button that looks like a square with a checkbox inside it. Those are your settings. If you open that, I don't believe you as players have access to many options, but you may at least want to look at them to see what some of the options are. Just in case you ever feel like DMing in the future.
Where did you say the options were?
It is on the top right side of your screen. It's in that collection of buttons. It has a box with a check mark inside. Yeah, Jack has pointed out a problem with my stream, that my screen is really long because I'm using two screens, so it's a little hard to read. So people watching the stream will mostly have to rely upon the sound of my voice, I suppose. Which is, I guess, helpful for, I think someone said he's watching from work. He can listen while he works. I see someone just dropped a roll in the tower. The dice tower in the bottom right corner of your screen is for secret rolls. Any dice you drop in there will be rolled such that only I can see them. If I ask you to drop something in the tower, like drop that check in the tower, you just drag and drop whatever that thing that I've asked you to drop in the tower is drag it over the tower and release, and it will fall into the tower such that only I can see it. Also, you should be able to right-click that tower, opening a radial menu that allows you to unlock the position of the tower and move it around in case you don't like it being in the bottom right corner.
Sir, rock.
What's that?
Rock. I never knew that.
Oh, that is an extension. That is not a built-in feature of Fantasy Grounds. That is an add-on. There are a list of add-ons that are compiled quite nicely on the Fantasy Ground forums. They're quite easy to find. If you just go into the forums and search Fantasy Grounds extensions, you'll find a whole list of them. And this one is called Movable Dice Tower, I believe. Alright, in 5 minutes we'll get started.
I just wish there was a button for don't capture the tilt or the push to talk button.
You wish there was a push-to-talk button?
I wish there was a don't capture the push to talk. Every time I've got the Fantasy Grounds captured, it captures the button and just types it in the chat.
Oh, Yeah, you may, what I do for that, if I understand you correctly, what I do for that is I change my push-to-talk button to a button that will not be recognized in the chat, like Alt, Control, Shift. Those are buttons that will not be typed in chat if you use them for push-to-talk. However, if you do use buttons like that for push-to-talk, Fantasy Grounds chat window does have alternate modes, like it has an out-of-character mode, and I believe Alt is the button for that, so every time I hold down Alt, which is my default push-to-talk button, it changes my chat to out-of-character. It is a little hard to do several things at once. That's why I prefer voice activation mode, but that can get dicey when the dog sees something exciting outside. Alright, in 3 minutes we'll get started with creating our characters.
Is this working?
Is what working?
I moved it to one of the ancillary buttons on the mouse.
Yeah, I can hear you.
That'll take some getting used to, but it works. Like I said, this is one of my cheapest microphones.
I can hear you pretty fine, and I'm not getting a lot of static or background noise or anything.
Yeah, this one's an Audio Technica something. It was only like $50. It was really cheap.
Can you guys hear me?
You're a little quiet. I can, however, try turning up your volume on my end such that only I can hear you as louder. In TeamSpeak, if you right-click on a person's username, it gives you the option to change the volume on them such that only you can hear them at a certain volume. I'm going to try turning you up a little bit. Alright, I changed your volume to an extra 2 decibels. Why don't you go ahead and try saying something?
How about now?
Perfect. Alright, in 2 minutes we'll get started. Another thing you guys may want to look at right now is if you, in the top left corner of your screen, you can see kind of blank squares that indicate your characters. If you left click on your own square, it opens up your character sheet, and then in your character sheet, in the top left corner is that blank square again. If you left click on that, it opens up a window that should have a few default portraits in it, and you can choose a portrait for yourself. Additionally, I'm not sure if you guys have access to them. Do you see in that window 2 like bag icons that look like little burlap sacks with drawstrings?
Yeah, I see one.
If you click on those, I believe it leads to some more portraits you may wish to peruse. Give yourselves some faces so I can... Alright.
What? No dwarfs?
I have some dwarves, but I believe I'm the only one who has access to them. How about I will click on some dwarves and tell me if you like them. So, I presume Delg is a male dwarf. That sounds like a male dwarf name. What color is his hair?
Black.
Black? How's that work for you?
Perfect.
Alright, it is 11:35. Let's go ahead and get started after I check my Facebook, which is blowing up at the moment. Yeah, it looks like it is. Alright. It is 11:36 now. Oh no, I'm late. Let's get started. Welcome to Fantasy Grounds. Fantasy Grounds is a virtual tabletop. It exists to replicate some of the things you could experience playing in real life, and it even adds some features that would not be possible in real life. We have with us today our cast, Delg, Iron Fist, Drew, and Megan. We will be building these 3 characters up today. I will just refer to you 3 as your names in TeamSpeak, so I will call you Delg, Drewfaus, and Greycloak. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Alrighty. Let's explore. I'll first introduce you to some of the bare bones interface. If you just look at Fantasy Grounds, you should see on the left side of your screen a chat window in which you can type just text by clicking on the bottom line of that, left of the word chat. You can say things like, hello. There are also various other chat functions. Things like, if I type /vote, I can create a vote, and you can click in those circles. A single click indicates a check mark, a double click gives you an X. So you can tell me whether you are here. And that, I believe, is kind of the basic things you'll need to do for chat. I don't see a lot of people using much more functions on chat than that. Let's look at the below the chat window now. You should see a collection of buttons and your dice. The collection of buttons, one of which is a box that should have the number 0 and the word modifier in it. And there are 6 buttons next to it. One that says ADV, one that says DIS, and then +2, +5, -2, -5. The modifier button allows you to create static modifiers that will just apply to your very next roll. So if you left click on that modifier box, the word modifier changes to the word adjusting, and then if you type a number like 2 and then roll a die, 2 is added to it. And actually, let me turn off my hidden GM rolls. Right now I have it set such that anything I roll you do not see, but I believe for the purposes of this game it should be set such you guys can see. Okay. Let me try that again. Just like that, Delg. Ooh, and we rolled the same thing. Alright, now I believe you are familiar enough with the dice then if you're able to pick them up. Your string of dice there next to the modifiers, if you left click on if you left click on the dice and hold your button down, you can pick up a die and you can throw it around your table. If you just throw it onto your table though, no one else sees what the roll is, only you do. For us to be able to see what your roll is, you need to drop it in the chat window as you're doing now. No, Delg, you may not keep that for the rest of the day. There is a class, however, who can keep their rolls like that. The wizard, if you are a divination wizard, at the beginning of the day you get to roll 2 d20s, and at any time throughout the day you can use one of those two, which is a pretty sweet feature. But I think we figured out the dice. Oh, there is another thing. Several of the dice have some interesting features. If you right-click on a die when your mouse is hovering over it, you'll get some options to roll multiples of the same number of die. Also, if you right-click on the D10 in particular, there's a button that looks like a percentage sign, and that allows you to roll percentile dice. Like so. With regards to those buttons next to the dice, there's the +2 and +5. Those do the same thing as the modifier stack we just practiced with, except they're always +2 and +5, which are some of the more common modifiers you may see. And so if you don't want to type +2 in the modifier stack, you can just click the +2 button. And the ADV and DIS are for advantage and disadvantage. Is there anyone who does not know what the advantage and disadvantage system is? No? We all understand that? That's good. Okay, so let's try rolling with advantage or disadvantage. Click the ADV button and then roll a d20. Alright, Drew just rolled with advantage, and it took the highest of his 2 rolls. Delg just rolled with disadvantage, so it took the lowest of his 2 rolls. Now, there is a brief time in which you can actually see the dice being rolled, and so you can see possibly what the other one was, but once they dissolve, as you've noticed, it's impossible to determine what the other die roll was. So, that's advantage, disadvantage, and the rolling of dice. Let's move over to the right side of the Fantasy Ground screen. At the top right corner, there is a collection of buttons that do various things. Below those are some like banner-shaped buttons, I suppose, that have things like PC, Story, Maps, NPC, Items, Notes, and Library on them. Let's start by opening the PC button. So if you left-click on that, it opens up a screen that says Character Selection, and you can see a whole list of characters who are loaded onto my table at the moment. And let's close that. The other buttons, actually I don't know if you guys do see them because those other buttons are not relevant to players. However, you should see a button that says Library. Click on the button that says Library. It has a picture of a book on it, and it opens up a window that has the title Library at the top. And you should see in the left-hand pane several books. The one that is pertinent here is DD PHB Deluxe. So please tell me if you do not see DD PHB Deluxe. Excellent. If you left-click on DD PHB Deluxe, the right pane will be populated with several categories: tables, backgrounds, classes, equipment, feats, NPCs, races, reference manual, skills, and spells. This is where all of the rules in the player's handbook are stored, and from which you will be dragging things as we start populating our character sheets. I would like to draw your attention to the reference manual. If you left-click on the round shield icon next to the word reference manual, or if you left-click on the word reference manual, it opens up a window that says reference, and it has a left pane with the words D&D Player's Handbook. If you left-click on the words D&D Player's Handbook, it gives you a list of subcategories on which you can left-click, and this has the entire text of the Player's Handbook, disregarding things that are already in the backgrounds, classes, and equipment, such and such. These are the rules in case you ever need to look up rules on the fly and don't have your Player's Handbook handy. They are all here. Alright. Tell me
I
if...
just tried to search for what happens for blind, and it looked it up for me.
Excellent. I know it's a pretty nifty feature. And tell me if I'm talking too fast. I get that a lot from my students as well. They're like, "You're talking too fast." If at any point...
Oh, are you an actual teacher outside of...
Yeah, I'm a math teacher. Alright. Well, student teacher. I should add that. But I do teach. In any case, if I'm ever talking too fast, just say, "Can you repeat that?" or "Can you slow down?" And I will endeavor to slow down. I know a lot of people, they're like, "Can you slow down?" and they immediately slow down for the first 3 words and start talking fast again. But I like to try to maintain my composure and speak slowly if necessary. So it's good practice anyway. All right, that little caveat as mentioned. Let's proceed to character creation, because this is the real meat of this tutorial here. So as I said, if you left-click on your character portraits in the top left corner of your screen, you open up a character sheet. And I'm going to create a blank character just so I can follow along with you guys, and so that everyone on the Twitch stream can see it too. So I have a blank character sheet. I'm going to add a portrait even though you guys won't be seeing it. I like this portrait. Alright, so you should be on the main tab of your character sheet. If you look on the right-hand side of your character sheet, you can see several tabs. Make sure that the one that says main is in a darker text than the rest. That means it's the tab on which you are currently focused. And you should see at the top of your character sheet a banner that says name, and below that a blank line. Oh, well, I guess it's not blank anymore because you guys put your names in. I'm going to put in my name. The name of this character is Gaius Lexus. Okay? Next to your name, there is a banner that says INSP. That is for tracking inspiration, if you have it. Is there anyone who does not know what inspiration is? Okay. For the people viewing, inspiration is a mechanic that was introduced in 5th edition that encourages good role-playing. DMs can reward inspiration to players as a result as a reward for role-playing their characters well. And inspiration can be used to grant yourself advantage at any time, but you can only have 1 inspiration at a time. It goes away after each adventure, and as soon as you use it. So it's kind of a temporary resource. So it's built in such a way that you're encouraged to use it when you have it. All right, and that's beside the point. Let's go to the class and level banner now. Oh, actually, let's start in the order of character creation depicted in the book. Let's start with ability scores. So on the left-hand side of your character sheet, there is a header that says abilities, and then a column of scores in boxes. Strength, Dex, Constitution, Intelligence, Wisdom, and Charisma. If you left-click on one of those boxes, the box will kind of get highlighted. It'll be kind of darker around the edges. And then if you type a number, it changes your score to the number you just typed. For instance, I just highlighted that button and typed 12, turning my strength score into a 12. Now, if you double-click on that box, it will roll an ability check, like so. And you see I had a +1 because I had changed my ability score to 12. So let's Oh, I suppose I should ask, do all three of you have character designs already set, or are you coming in here fresh-minded? I guess you already have names.
Well, I was going to make Dante Han the character I've already played, unless you'll be.
I think for the purposes of this, we should start building characters who, maybe whose stats and stuff we already have fleshed out, so we don't have to spend a lot of time deliberating. So go ahead and change your ability scores to your character's ability scores, what they would be. For instance, I'm going to change my strength to 8, my dex to 14, my constitution is going to stay 10, my intelligence is 10, my wisdom is 10. I'm going to make my charisma 16. Maybe I want to make my intelligence 12. And so those are my sample characters' ability scores. I don't even know if those follow the proper point buy. Adventurers League, I should mention. Adventurers League uses the point buy system, or it uses the standard array. So for the point buy system, you can find that in the reference manual. There's a certain point value for certain ability scores, and you have 27 points to spend based on that table of values depicted in the player's handbook. And you can spend those points on ability scores. Additionally, there is an array of ability scores that you can just assign to whatever abilities you want. It's like 15, 14, 13, 12, 10, 8, I believe. And then you can assign those to whatever ability scores you want. So those are your options in Adventurers League. Point buy or ability scores. And I'm going to, I guess for the stream, show people where the point buy can be found in the, it's in the under creating a character. And I wonder.
I have to go AFK.
Alrighty. The standard array is 15, 14, 13, 12, 10, 8. And the point buy table can be found in the reference manual under Part 1, Creating a Character. Alright, and I'm going to put up a vote. When you're done entering your ability scores, just check off in that circle.
For the ability scores, do I have to manually put in the ability score increases for the race?
No, you do not. Just put in your base scores for now. That is a good question. Thank you. Except for humans, they will have to manually put in their ability scores if they are variant humans, I should mention. If you are a regular human, not the variant human, you will not need to manually do it. But we will do that when we're doing race. For now, just put in your base ability scores based on either the standard array or the point buy.
Alright, I think I have mine set before race.
Alright.
I know what mine are after race. Backwards.
Let's have a
So
look.
I think I'm using an array right now.
Let's see, you have 14, 10, 14, 10, 15, and 8. That's not the standard array, but let's see if it's point buy legal. That would be 7,
Well,
9, 16, 18, 27. Yeah, you're good.
I'd originally played this character based off the Water Genocide cleric.
Uh-huh.
That was out as.
Your ability scores appear legal if I did my math correctly. 7, 9, 16, 18, 27, 27. Alright, yep. Your ability scores are legal. Let me look at Delg. It looks like he used the array, or if I remember, let me check that again. Reference manual, creating a character, scroll down. Alright, the array is 15, 14, 13, 12, 10, 8. He has 15, 14, 13, 12, 10, 8. Yep, he's using the array. That's legal as well. Alright, what was I just thinking of? Oh yeah, I did mention that I said earlier that I wanted to proceed in the order of the player's handbook, but I just realized I'm actually not doing that. The player's handbook, I think, actually starts with race. There's a reason that we're starting with ability scores. It's because Fantasy Grounds will automatically add in will add in ability score increases associated with certain races when you when you fill it out properly. So let's look at, I think it was Greycloak who went AFK, right?
I'm here.
Oh, okay. Is there anyone, when you are done setting your ability scores, please check the circle in the chat window. And when all three of those circles are checked, we will proceed. Excellent. All right. Next, we will be doing race. So if you look on your character sheet, near the top right corner, there's a banner that says race and a blank line beneath that. If you have typed any text in that, please delete that now, because we will be dragging and dropping things. If you open up the library, which is accessible again by the right-hand side of the screen, and in the library window, open up the player's handbook again. Click on the round shield icon next to the word races, which opens up a window that says races, in which all of the races are sorted in alphabetical order. We will now click and hold the round shield icon next to the race of your character. Drag that round shield icon into the blank line beneath the race banner in your character sheet.
So can I ask real quick, what classes are the other two making? Because I may just switch back to the array.
Uh-huh.
Because I was using an elemental evil, or elemental.
Alright, Delg, I think, is making a cleric, and what are you making, Megan, or Greycloak?
Human.
Or what's your class?
Fighter.
Alright, Megan is a
Okay,
fighter and Delg is a cleric.
I can make a mage or a rogue, whichever would be better.
I say mage, because mages are more fun.
Okay, give me switch my array around.
Alrighty, go ahead and do that. Let me see. Okay, Megan has drawn the human race in properly. Good job.
So I've got on the array, I've got 115, right?
Uh-huh. It's
And 114.
15, I'll type it in the chat window real quick. 15,
sorry.
14, 13, 12, 10, 8.
Not a 45.
Not 45. I don't think there's anything that has a score that high.
Well, you know.
The 5th edition stat system has been set up in such a way that it doesn't have those ridiculously large numbers that 3.5 and Pathfinder have, where you can have like 108 armor class or 60 intelligence. But
Okay, I think I have. Well, no.
Alright.
Okay, I think if you'll check my array, I think it should be
15, 14, 13, 12, 10, 8. Looks good. Do you remember how I said to drag the race into your character sheet?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to pick, Nick.
Alright.
Could you clarify something for me?
Yes.
In the player's handbook, there's a human variant where it says you can replace your ability score increase with all of these replace the. Do they get 2 points to 2 scores and a feat and a skill by doing that?
No. The regular human gets a +1 to all ability scores. In lieu of that, you can opt out of the +1 to all ability scores and instead get a +1 to 2 ability scores of your choosing, proficiency in 1 skill, and 1 feat.
Okay, so I'm dragging
It's
the
pretty
human.
powerful.
onto the race line, correct?
Yeah. All right. Everyone has their race set up. Good. Also, if you click on that round shield icon that you were just dragging, it will open up a window that says human and tells you everything you could ever want to know about humans. Well, not really everything you could ever want to know, but it tells you all the stuff that's in the player's handbook. All right. We have our races. If you did that right, you should notice that your ability scores should be updated. You should also notice in the chat window, it will say things that have been added to your character sheet. For instance, I added a human. I made my character human, so it says that some languages and traits have been added to his character sheet. It looks like Drew's character sheet was updated properly. Megan's was updated properly. And Delg's was updated properly.
I did have to go back and correct all of the abilities because I had the abilities with the plus already added to them.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's why I wanted to do ability scores first, because Fantasy Grounds will automatically add the stats in, except for the human variant. The variant human, it will not automatically add your ability scores, because you have to choose those. Also, the half-elf gets to choose scores as well. It will not automatically do the half-elf stats. It will automatically do the +2 charisma, because the half-elf gets a static +2 charisma. But for any ability score, any races that have ability scores they get to choose, it does not automatically add those. Alright. So let's go ahead and look now at the background. Let's add backgrounds next. So if you just left of the race header, there is a header that says background, and you can drag your background in the same way that you did your race by just going back into the player's handbook, and instead of clicking on the race, click on backgrounds, and that gives you a list of all the backgrounds. Drag the round shield icon into the background field, and it will populate it. Give you all the goodies associated with your background. Let's see. Alright, looks like everyone but Drew has filled in the...
I'm still deciding.
Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead and peruse.
I guess we will go with this.
Alright, we have a sage, a folk hero, and an acolyte. Sounds good. It should be... dragging the background in should automatically have granted you the proficiencies associated with your background. However, you may wish to note that in Adventurers League, custom backgrounds, I believe, are legal. So you can tweak your background per the rules given in the player's handbook, meaning you can get your choice of 2 skills and your choice of either 2 languages, 2 tool proficiencies, 1 language and 1 tool proficiency, and that's it. Either 2 languages, 2 tool proficiencies, or 1 language and 1 tool proficiency. The equipment listed in your background is not automatically given to your character. We'll be doing that later. But for now, let's look at the really important stuff, class and level. So if you look in the class and level field of your character sheet, if it has any text in it, please remove it now, because I think Delg is the only one who has anything. And Delg, I'm just going to go ahead. Okay, thank you. He has removed it. Now, the class and level thing, just drag your class right into that empty field like you did with race and background. And it's going to do a lot of things. It's going to... first, I need to remove the hit points Delg added himself, because it's going to give you hit points automatically. And it's going to it's going to put all those features on your character sheet. It's going to give you the save proficiencies. So for instance, if you look on the right-hand side of the main tab of your character sheet, you will see the saves column, and some of the stars next to the ability scores will be yellowed now, as your saves associated with your class have been granted proficiency to you. All right, that looks good. Notice it also gave you it changed the number in the max column of your hit points at the very bottom of your character sheet. There is a box. There are 3 boxes for your HP. One says W and D. That is for wounds. That tells you how much damage you have taken. The max tells you how much damage or how much hit points you have total at your very best. And TMP is for temporary hit points. Putting any temporary hit points in, or putting any numbers in there will grant you temporary hit points. Also, beneath the hit points are your hit dice. These are for recovering hit points on short rests. And whenever you take a short rest and want to spend hit dice, you just have to left click and drag that die right out of that box and drop it in the chat window. Additionally, you can double click on it, I believe. So let's go ahead and do that now. Try the hit dice roll and see what happens. All right. So as you can see,
Where do you make the hit dice roll at again?
on
Oh, I
the
see. It's the dice in the H.
yep, you can either pick it up and drop it in the chat window, or you can also double click on it. Okay. Now you'll notice that when you roll that die should disappear from your character sheet, except that you guys are not wounded, so it did not spend it. So I'm going to go ahead and wound you all. I gave you all 1 damage. You were all just bit by a fly. Now spend your hit dice to see what happens. You can see that it automatically restored your hit points, reducing that wound back down to 0. However, the hit dice have disappeared from your hit dice box. Megan, I noticed you
Yeah, I was laying around. I'm fixing it.
That's fine. So when you drag another class level into there, if you drag the same class as you were before, it will update it to Cleric 2, for instance, if you drag another Cleric in. If you're multi-classing, if you drag, say, Monk in, it will change it to Fighter 1, and then it will say / Monk 1, and it will give you all the things associated with being that level. And it will, just removing that does not automatically remove the things that it added. So while it can add things, it cannot remove things. So if you accidentally drag things in there, or if you change your mind about what you want to be, you'll have to go through and manually remove all the things it has added. And we'll be able to see all the things that it does add as we proceed through this. Now I'm going to give you guys a short rest, which will... Or not a short rest, I need a long rest. I'm going to give you guys a long rest, which will restore all your hit points to maximum, and should give you your hit dice back. Let's see if it did. It did not. Oh, because you guys aren't in the party sheet. That's right. Let's look at the party sheet real quick. In the top right corner of your screen, in the very top right, there's a button with the letter I on it and a silhouette of 3 people. Clicking on that opens the party sheet, where you can see various things pertaining to the party. On the main tab of the party sheet, it is currently empty, but I'm going to drag you guys in here. And you are now members of the party. You can see each other's ability scores, your hit points, your race, class, levels, and names, and various other things. Also, there are some more tabs on the character sheet for viewing the inventory. You can see what everyone in the party is carrying. There's an order tab for showing watch order and marching order, and there's an experience tab for showing how much experience each person has. Now that I've added you to the party sheet, I can give you a long rest, which should restore your hit dice.
There should be one about experience.
Yeah, at the... Oh, I may not have that option enabled. Oh, no, actually, you shouldn't see experience. You should only see, I think you should only see main and inventory. And
I see main, inventory, and orders.
Okay, that's good. You should be able to see order, too. It appears not to be giving you... I'm going to give you a long rest like this. There we go. So as a DM, if I right-click on your character sheet, I can give you each of you a long rest to restore your hit dice. Okay. Now, let's proceed. In the middle of your character sheet is a shield-like thing that depicts your armor class. There's a box that has the letters INIT above it for your initiative, and there's a box that indicates your speed. If you left-click on the magnifying glass icon to the left of those 3 fields, it opens up a window that says Combat Calc and then your name. It allows you to modify here your initiative, speed, and armor class. We will be modifying armor class once we add armor, because whenever you add armor to your inventory, it does not automatically update your armor class. You have to handle that yourself. I believe we've done everything to do on the main tab of the character sheet. Ooh, death saves. So at the bottom of your character sheet, next to your hit dice, there's a button that looks like a d20. If you click on that, you roll a death save. And note that it should... And there's also checkboxes for you to track... there's also checkboxes for you to track death saves. I believe if I add you to the combat tracker, it should do that. I'm going to try something real quick. Put you here, here, here. Alrighty. Combat tracker. Let's go ahead and talk about the combat tracker while I'm on it. In the top right corner of your screen, right next to the party sheet button, there's a button that depicts 2 crossed swords. If you click on that, it opens up the combat tracker, where you can see everyone's initiative, hit points, temporary hit points, and wounds. And you can also, there are also some grayed out buttons. Actually, I don't think you guys get those grayed out buttons. But you can see everyone's initiative, hit points, and temporary hit points, and wounds. And you can also see whether everyone's friendly. I will add an enemy to the combat tracker so you guys can see what it looks like. So I have just added an enemy, but it is invisible to you at the moment. You should not be able to see it. But as soon as I click this eye, you should now see in the combat tracker the Ochre Jelly King, who has 138 hit points, and he rolled a higher initiative than you guys, so he's going to murder you all. Ha ha ha. Initiative. Let's roll initiative. On your character sheets, in the middle of it where the initiative field is, if you double click on that, or single click it and drag it into the chat window, it will roll initiative for you. And if you notice, in the combat tracker, it automatically populated your initiative fields with the initiatives you've rolled, and you all rolled higher than my Jelly King. That's unfortunate, but that's how initiative works. And for the combat tracker, when your turn comes by, you should hear a ding if I have that setting set right. And in the chat window, it tells you that whose turn it is. For instance, it says it is now Delg Ironfist's turn. Let me see if I have the notification for turn order set. I do. Delg, did you hear a ding?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So, we're
gonna
we're gonna presume that you have just completed your turn. At the bottom left corner of the combat tracker, there's a downward pointing arrow. Click on that. Alright? That advances it to the next person's turn. So that when you're done, you don't have to tell us you're done. You just have to say, or you just have to click the button, and it will immediately advance to the next person, and that person can begin acting.
How can I roll damage without having a weapon set up?
You cannot, as of yet, roll damage without having a weapon set up. We need to have our weapon set up first. Let's go to now the Skills tab. On your character sheets, on the right-hand side, click on the Skills tab, and you should see a list of all of your skills with yellow stars indicating skills in which you are proficient. The Fantasy Ground system automatically adds your proficiency bonus to skills with which you are proficient. You can click on the round shield icon on the far right-hand side in line with a skill to read more about that skill and actions that pertain to it. Just left of that round shield icon is a box with a d20 in the lower left-hand corner. If you double-click on that box, it will roll a skill check. Like so. Notice that it tells you in the window whether the skill you are rolling is one in which you are proficient. And also, in the bottom right-hand corner of the skills window, there is a brown circular button with a diagonal slash mark. I'm going to refer to this button as the Edit List button, because if you hover over it, that's what it's called. If you left-click on the Edit List button, it doesn't really look like anything happens, but if you scroll up to the top of your skills window, you'll notice on the banner that says the word skills, a green plus button has appeared. If you click that green plus button down at the bottom of your skills window, which you'll have to find by scrolling down, or actually I think it does add it to the top. Yeah, it adds it to the top. A blank skill line has been added. Here you can add custom skills, such as Thieves Tools, for instance. You can type Thieves Tools in that field, and then in the box that says beneath the word stat, you can left-click that until it says Dex, or if it's an herbalism kit, until it says Wisdom, and so on until you find the skill that is associated with whatever, or the ability that is associated with whatever custom skill you are creating. So that's how you can create, for instance, a Thieves Tools skill check. And there's not much more to be learned on the Skills tab. Ooh, there is something. Yeah, go ahead.
Did you just tell us how to find the Thieves Tools, or do we just type it in?
You just type in the word Thieves Tools. There is no Thieves Tools skill to drag. You have to type in the word Thieves Tools, but it's pretty easy to set up because you just have to type in the word Thieves Tools, left-click on the box under the word Stat until it says Dex, and make sure that you click Proficiency in it by left-clicking on the star to the left of the skill name.
So we can do that for any tool proficiency.
Yep, you can do that for any tool proficiency, and you just
So next to my stealth, there's like a little head or something. That's
That's supposed to be a depiction of like a little armor, of like a little breastplate, to indicate that stealth is potentially affected by armor. If you left, I think no, it just kind of hovers there to tell you that you may have disadvantage on that if you're wearing heavy armor. Also, some medium armors grant disadvantage on stealth checks. I believe that is let me check something. Yeah. If you go back to the main tab of your character sheet, and left-click on the magnifying glass that lies to the left of the shield icon under the AC heading, under the armor class heading, in the combat calc window, at the very bottom, there's a circle next to the word stealth disadvantage ? If you left-click in that circle, it will set a check mark there indicating that you have disadvantage on all stealth rolls.
Where was that at?
On the main tab of your character sheet.
Right.
By left-clicking on the magnifying glass to the left of your armor class.
Okay.
And you can also indicate here whether you are proficient in the armor you are wearing by left-clicking on that golden star. It is presumed that you are proficient in any armor you're wearing because the penalties for wearing armor in which you are not proficient are just too ridiculous. So by default, you are proficient in any armor you are wearing. In Fantasy Grounds, in any case. By the rules, you are not necessarily proficient in whatever armor you're wearing. Alright, back to the Skills tab. There was one more thing. If you left-click on a skill in which you are already proficient, it will cycle through several things. If you left-click on a yellow star, it will turn into 2 yellow stars, which indicates that you double your proficiency bonus. That's for things like the rogues have an expertise trait that allows them to double their proficiency bonus. Another one of the options is a half yellow star, indicating that you get only half your proficiency bonus. That is for bards, and I think the 7th level champion fighter also gets to add half their proficiency bonus to certain checks. So that is for if you are half proficient, if you're doubly proficient, or if you're singly proficient, or if you're non-proficient. Just cycle through those options by left-clicking on the stars there. Let us now proceed to the Abilities tab. The Abilities tab of the character sheet should now be filled with stuff, because these fields here are automatically populated when you add in your race and class. And you can click on the round shield icons next to these various things to read descriptions of them. You can see all of your class features, your racial traits, your armor, weapon, and tool proficiencies, and at the bottom you can see languages. Now some of you, due to either your backgrounds or your race, may notice that you have a language that says choice, or 2 of your choice, or 1 of your choice. You need to delete the words 2 of your choice, or 1 of your choice, and just type in any language you want. You have to type it manually. There's no dragging involved. This is just a simple list to indicate whether you are...
I have a choice and 2 of your...
Well, then you get 3 languages. Just delete the word choice, replace it with 1. In the case that it says 2 of your choice, if you just put your typing your I-beam by left-clicking on any of the text in there and hit the Enter key, it creates another blank space in which you can start typing more languages.
No.
What would be the proficiency for carpenter's tools?
That would be tools. So you have a tool proficiency of your choice. Wait, who asked that question?
Megan.
Megan. Awesome. Okay. Yeah. You just have to type tool : carpenter's tools as you've done in your proficiencies there. For manually adding, if you have an option to add a tool proficiency of your choice, you have to manually add it to your proficiencies list. You can just start typing. In your proficiencies thing, you can again just highlight any of the text and hit enter, and it creates a blank space in which you can write tool : and then the name of your tool proficiency.
Okay, I was trying to figure out how
I
you
may have worded that poorly. I meant, is it a strength, the dex?
Oh, for tools, the ability score that is keyed to a tool check actually depends on the nature of the check you're making, and that will be a DM call at the time. For instance, thieves' tools are almost always dexterity, but that may not necessarily be so. For instance, the lock you're picking may be more sophisticated in such a way that an intelligence check may actually be appropriate, but you get to add your proficiency bonus if you're using the tool. For another example, smith's tools. Let's go with cartographer's tools, for instance. If you want to draw a map, that could be an intelligence check to accurately recall what the land looks like, or it may be a wisdom check to determine whether you accurately observe or how well you observed your surroundings, because wisdom is keyed to how well you notice things. So this is actually something that's not Fantasy Grounds. This is 5e. This is in the player's handbook, that ability checks are somewhat fluid, particularly with regards to tool proficiencies. They just depend on what the DM call is at the moment. Having a tool proficiency merely allows you to add your proficiency bonus to the check. Now, I believe there was another question.
I was still trying to figure out how to split that two of your choice, like you were saying. I didn't do it right or something.
All right, who was that?
One of the languages.
Was that you, Delg?
This is Drew.
Drew. Okay, Drew.
No, I actually figured it out.
All right. Put left click on the words two of your choice and hit the enter key.
Okay.
All right. Now you have an extra blank field in which you can type a language and delete the text that says two of your choice and replace that with another language of your choice. Alright, so we have Megan speaking Common and Elvish. We have Delg speaking Common, Draconic, Dwarvish, and Orc. And we have Drew speaking Common, Elven, and two languages of his choice. Alright.
I think I got it.
Get some water. Okay. Let us now proceed to... Oh, I suppose I should show you how this thing works. You can drag things from the player's handbook into this window, just like you would anything else. The only thing that you'll want to be dragging in here would be feats, though. There's not really much more to drag in here beyond feats. But if you go to the player's handbook, left-click on the feats thing, select your feat, drag it into this field, it will automatically put it under the feats heading. But I don't think anyone has any feats at the moment. So that's just how to do that for future reference. Let us proceed now to the Inventory tab. If you click on the Inventory tab, there's a header that says Equipment, a header that says Treasure, and a header that says Encumbrance. The Treasure section, let's go ahead and do that now, has 6 empty boxes with 6 blank lines next to each one, or 1 blank line next to each empty box, so 6 in total. If you left-click in that empty line, you are in a text field. In here, you want to type these categories of currency that I'm going to put in the chat window. So in each of those blank lines, type one of these categories of currency. PP for platinum pieces, GP for gold pieces, EP for electrum pieces, SP for silver pieces, CP for copper pieces, and the sixth one you can actually leave blank, or you can write the word other, or you can write gems, whatnot, whatever you want to put in that one. Miscellaneous. By filling out these forms, when Fantasy Grounds has a system for automatically distributing wealth for like loot that you guys find, and it will use these categories to determine how much money you have, how much gold pieces and copper pieces and such you have.
So, whenever I was playing this previously, where I was trying to make a character sheet, he's about lowercase matter on this.
I don't think this is case sensitive. It does have to say GP. You can't say gold, for instance. But I'm not sure if it's case sensitive. To be safe, let me check something. Actually, yeah, I don't think it's case sensitive. Let's try something. I'm gonna give each of you a copper piece.
Hey, I'm rich.
Yeah, it's not case sensitive.
I think I can afford to be mugged by the boy down the street.
Alright, so that is how treasure works. The bottom thing that says encumbrance, all of those fields are automatically handled. It tells you your maximum, your lift, push, and drag weights, and your current encumbrance, and those are based on your strength score and how much stuff you're carrying. Let's start dragging inventory items in. So if you look at your... Let's start with our class. If you go to the main tab of your character sheet, click on the magnifying glass that is under the class and level heading. This opens up a window that says class and level and then your name. And it shows a box that says your total level. There's a field for your experience and how much experience you need to get to the next level. In the next level field, you can go ahead and type 300 because you're all level 1. It will require 300 experience until you reach level 2. Stretch. Okay. So, is there anyone who is not...
I apologize. I had another phone call. Where are we at now?
Yeah, if you go to the main tab of your character sheet, under the class and level heading, click on the magnifying glass. That opens up a window that says class and level and your name. There's a field indicating your total level, a field indicating your current experience, and a field indicating the amount of experience required to reach the next level. And we are setting that field to 300 because that is how much experience is required to reach level 2. You can also see at the bottom your class, your level in that class, what degree of caster you are. For instance, the fighter just has a blank field there, but the wizard would have a 1x indicating that you are a full caster, and the size of your hit die and how many hit dice is used. If you click on the round shield icon there that it lies to the right of your class, it opens up the information pertaining to your class. If you scroll down through your class window, you will see all of the flavor text, the table indicating things you gain at certain levels, and if you're a spellcaster, there's a table for how many spell slots and spells known you have. We're going to pass all that. There's an area for class features, proficiencies. We're going to keep passing that until we come near the very bottom. There's a section that says equipment, and that is the equipment with which you start. Let's all have that list open as we now navigate to the player's handbook, and we want to click on the equipment section. This opens up a window that simply says equipment, and it has sections for adventuring gear, armor, weapon, tools, mounts and other animals, tack harness and drawn vehicles, and waterborne vehicles. Well, let's start with the weapons tab because I believe that's how everyone's equipment list starts. If you click on the weapons button, that opens up a table that has all the weapons on it. Now, if you drag the round shield icon next to a weapon into your inventory tab of your character sheet, it will add it to your inventory. So everyone go ahead and add their choice of starting weapon as per their class description. For instance, the wizard begins with his choice of a quarterstaff or a dagger, so he will drag either a quarterstaff or a dagger into his character sheet, and he dragged a quarterstaff. Delg chose... Delg has nothing at the moment.
Are we dragging this into the equipment slot?
You actually can drag it anywhere into the inventory tab, and it will automatically put it in the equipment slot, because that's the only place it belongs. If I remember correctly, I believe it does that. And you can proceed, as Megan is doing, adding all of the equipment that you should have for your class. So go through now and just looking through the equipment window, find all of the equipment for your class. There is something I want to mention before you start doing that. With regards to packs, like Scholars Packs, Explorers Packs, Dungeoneers Packs, if you look in the Adventuring Gear section of the equipment window, and in the Adventuring Gear table, there is a section for packs. If you drag one of those equipment packs into your inventory, it will automatically give you everything that is in that pack. And while you guys start populating your inventories, I'm going to go take a bio break real quick. Alright. Looks like inventory is coming along swimmingly. I'm gonna try giving you guys each another copper piece to test something.
Driver.
Oops.
Or
Yep.
Mountain Dew be back.
Yeah, Megan, on Megan's character sheet, in the treasure section, you do need to change it from platinum to PP, gold to GP. It has to have those specific letters for it to be distributed properly.
In caps.
It does not. It is not case sensitive. It just has to be the letters PP, GP, SP, CP. There's also EP. Um, EP is for electrum pieces. Each electrum piece is worth half of a gold piece. Those are, you probably won't see those a lot. Actually, there are some electrum pieces in the starter set, but in most Adventurers League games, everything is in terms of gold pieces.
Hey, sorry about that. I'm back.
Welcome.
Worked 12 hours last night.
I probably slept 12 hours last night.
I'll get that later. I don't have to work again till Sunday.
Oh, that's nice. Well, I guess I worked hard yesterday. I DM'd 2 games yesterday. It's hard working.
Mind working. That's what.
How much does it cost to get set up with this fantasy ground stuff?
All right, the player's license, the one that allows you to play in any game, costs something around $20, I believe. Let me check. The play back in Fantasy Grounds. Okay, back in Fantasy Grounds. I'm going to put up a vote. Tell me when you are done. Actually, I'll go ahead and say this now too while you guys are working on your inventory. If you go back to the main tab of your character sheet and click on the round shield icon next to your background, there is also some equipment associated with your background. Some of the equipment in your background is not going to be something that's listed in the adventuring gear. For instance, the Sage background has a letter from a dead colleague posing a problem you have not yet solved. That, of course, is not anywhere in the adventuring table. So I'm going to tell you now how to add custom items to your inventory. If you go to your inventory tab, just click on any item there and hit enter, and it adds a blank inventory item. Additionally, you can right-click anywhere in the equipment field, which opens a radial menu that should have a skull and crossbones on it if you're highlighting an item for deleting that item. And there's also one that looks like 3 little boxes with an arrow, which allows you to create an item. And you can just type in the name of the item as you have typed anything else in these empty fields. And you can there's a weight field, that's what the WT is. And the little check box, or the little check circle, I suppose, next to that weight field indicates whether that thing is weighing you down. For instance, a cart weighs 200 pounds, but a cart does not actually weigh you down unless you're pulling it. It holds things for you. So, if you check that circle next to the weight of a thing, it stops counting the weight of that item toward your encumbrance, which you may have noticed is now a positive number. If you look at the bottom of your inventory sheet, the current encumbrance field should now have a positive number in it, indicating how much weight you are currently supporting.
Be right back, kiddo.
Where do we see encumbrance at?
At the bottom right-hand corner of the inventory tab of your character sheet.
Oh, current 102. Okay.
Alright. Let's close that down. Alright, there is one other thing. You may have noticed that there is a actually, we had some go away. So I'm going to let you keep adding items to your inventory until he comes
I
back.
don't see Quill.
That would be, as I said, there are some items that are not in the adventuring gear, and I can understand why you think a quill would be in there, because, I mean, it's a quill. But I think it's under the name Ink Pen. Look for the words Ink Pen.
So if I have plate, which is 18, and a shield, which is 2, my natural AC is 20?
Yes, but at this level you would not have plate mail, because plate mail is ridiculously expensive.
Yeah, I saw that.
But, when...
Well, there was a trick in one expedition,
Yeah.
I think,
If you...
that some people got away with.
If you... you've raised a good point. We'll handle armor after our third person returns.
I am saving everything I have for that big shield. Wait, I can't use the shield and a bow at the same time, though, can I?
A bow is a two-handed weapon, so no. You can use any one-handed weapon with a shield. You can, of course, have a shield and a bow. You just have to stow one before you can use the other. Stowing a weapon, I believe you could counts as part of your interact with an object that is free as part of a movement. So during your movement, you have one free object interaction, such as opening a door, pulling a lever, picking something up. And then after that, you can use the action, use an object, to interact with another object. So as part of your movement, you can stow a shield, and then drawing a weapon is considered, I believe, part of an attack. So you can stow your shield, then draw your bow all in the same turn, and then still fire with your bow. Because it's part of your movement to stow the shield, then attacking with a bow is part of the action of making an attack with a bow.
So the shield, as long as you're wearing it on your back, it counts towards your AC.
No, wearing on your back does not count toward your armor class. It needs to be in your hand.
Okay, I was just kind of taking the stab in the dark.
a worthy stab.
So I do have a weird question.
Uh-huh.
Oh, never mind. I found it. Sorry about that.
No, I want to know now. You said it was a weird question.
Well, I thought I couldn't find researcher on my list of abilities, but I found it.
Yeah, it's there.
I was looking for feature researcher. But
Note that
this
it is
most
under the
recent-
features heading. It is under the
Right,
features
right.
heading.
That's where I got confused.
Yeah. Okay. Whew.
Where is my passive wisdom located?
Your passive perception is on the main tab of your character sheet under the senses heading. Well, next to the senses heading, there's a heading that says perk, P-E-R-C. That's your passive perception. For instance, your passive perception, I believe, is now a 13.
So is that just your wisdom score?
It's your perception score, or it's your perception modifier plus 10. It's the average value of a perception roll for you, more or less. So on average, when you roll perception checks, it will be 13, and so that is your ability to passively notice things. Now, of course, you can also just say, I am looking around, in which case you get an active perception check. The passive perception is your ability for, like, to notice that your hair on the back of your neck standing on end as something approaches you. It's kind of like your sixth sense. It's also your ability to just see things, like you notice a shadow darting through the trees. But I wasn't looking for it. Well, you see it anyway because you're passively that perceptive.
That's my elf.
Yes. There are ways to get your passive perception ridiculously high. Particularly with the observative feat, I think is what, or the observer feat, gives you a +5 to your passive perception. Some people think. Go ahead.
I have a cleric that's around 19 now.
Yeah, it's pretty nice to have high passive perception, particularly for avoiding surprise attacks. But some DMs feel differently about how passive perception should work. For instance, I read online that there was one person who felt that someone with a high passive perception should basically be like Sherlock from the miniseries, where he just like kind of notices everything. He just walks into a room and instantly knows everything about the room. There was a whole Reddit. There was a whole Reddit about that. There was this guy who was basically letting one of his players play it that way. That he basically walks into the room and notices everything. And I kind of feel the same way. If you have a ridiculously high passive perception like that, if there's something in the room that can be immediately noticed, you should notice it. But of course, if there are things,
I don't think you can use passive perception for things such as notices. But
Yeah.
you still have to roll for it.
Yeah, of course, passive perception only reveals things that can be noticed passively. If there's something hidden behind a wall, you of course don't immediately notice it. You may notice, however, the seam in the wall, which may be difficult to see but still visible nonetheless. Or you may notice immediately scuff marks on the ground indicating that that bookcase is movable.
And with the Sentinel shield, gives you another +5 to your passive perception.
Oh, the Sentinel shield, I love it. I don't think it
I
gives.
got that on my warrior. Or fighter.
Does the Sentinel shield give you a +5? I thought it gives you advantage. Let me check.
Which is +5.
More or less. It depends. It has diminishing returns on that. As you get, I forget, as you get higher level or lower level, advantage becomes more valuable. Yeah. I do like the Sentinel shield. It's a sweet item. Alright. La 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 la. Looks like our inventories are pretty good.
So I have a weird question for you while we're at this.
Uh-huh.
Is there a way to access the DRM that you've purchased, such as the player's handbook, while you're not on the internet?
Yeah, I believe
Not
so.
necessarily running a game, but just be able to read the text that you.
Yes, I believe so. On the Fantasy Grounds launcher, beneath the buttons that say Join Game and Create Campaign and stuff like that, there's a button that says Manage Characters. If you click on the Manage Characters button, it allows you to mess with your characters without being on the internet, and I believe you can also open any books you own there.
Okay. Because I was trying to figure out how to, whenever I was playing with it, I was, I was on my laptop and I was away from, and I was like, well, I'm going to read some of this stuff and play with the software.
Hmm.
And I couldn't figure out how to get it to let me start like a 5th edition game. It would only let me start like a couple of basic ones without an internet connection. But I guess you can do characters yourself.
Yeah, you can
Try
you
that
can
next time.
mess with your books through managing characters. I'm gonna go refill my water bottle. I'll be back in about 30 seconds. All right, has our third come back yet?
Can I have a healer's kit?
Do you have the money for it? It's cost 5 gold pieces. Then yes, you can have a healer's kit.
Yeah, I know, but
Just subtract the cost from your character sheet. Money.
For those inexperienced, buy a grappling hook.
Grappling hooks are invaluable. Actually, I suppose they are valued precisely at so-and-so value.
Oh,
2
I
gold
know
pieces.
this from Yeah, there is none of the backgrounds give you one.
Yeah. What were you saying, Grey Cloak?
is there something from the starting equipment I could trade for a healer's kit, like an iron pot?
I believe Adventures League rules do allow you to sell mundane gear. You just sell your stuff at half value. Anything you sell is at half its listed value. You can sell that in for half its value and get something else in return. But I think in the first season they did allow people to buy things as their starting gear, but they decided against that now. You have to choose the starting gear that your class and background allow. But of course, you'll be able to get things later. The gold is of course at a premium when you're starting, but it really starts to roll in even after just a few adventures. Except for wizards. Poor wizards will always be poor because they have to spend money. Well, they don't have to spend money, but they spend money scribing spells into their spellbook. Of course, you get 2 free spells every time you level up, but you can also just add spells to your spellbook every time you come across another wizard. Be like, hey, we want to do like a spell swap? I'm like, yeah. And it costs 50 gold pieces per level of spell you copy. Alright, our AFK is kind of taking a little time, so I'm going to go ahead and proceed to the next step, and we can catch him up when he arrives. For now, let us navigate back to our inventory tabs, and I'll show you quickly how location works. In your inventory tab, there are columns for name, location, weight, and we're going to focus on the location column at the moment. There's an empty field in the location column. If you start typing the name of another one of your items next to the name of an item. So for instance, Drew, if you look at your bag of sand and then go into the location field next to your bag of sand, if you start typing the word backpack, it will autocomplete and fill in with backpack, and you will now see that the bag of sand has been shifted over, or has been indented to indicate that it is in the backpack.
Someone is so smart.
And you can do this with all of your items. You can put any items in any other item, and you can just put things generally in your backpack, because that's the item that you'll have for now that holds other things.
So for example, I have a belt pouch
Uh-huh.
and a component pouch.
Uh-huh.
But I could put like something in those.
Yep. Just start typing the word belt pouch next to another item, and it will.
I have like a blank line down there that I have no idea where it came from.
That might have appeared when you accidentally hit enter while you're clicking on item. If you right-click over that blank line, there's a skull and crossbones that allows you to delete it.
Ah, got it.
Could you go over that one more time? Where do I start typing backpack?
In the location field next to any item, start typing the word backpack. So, for
So if I
instance,
wanted to,
yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, how do I put my clothes on?
You can just, if the location field is empty, it's safe to assume that you have it on your person. This is not something that is necessary. Megan, it doesn't look like you have a backpack in your inventory. Which, did you... Oh, okay. You can just go back into your adventuring gear, find the backpack, and drag it back into your inventory. Now, something to note: you cannot put a container in another container. So, for instance, if you have like a belt pouch that has things in it, you cannot put that in your backpack. Or at least, I mean, of course you could in the game, but Fantasy Grounds doesn't have that level of sophistication.
So is the component pouch and the belt pouch both considered containers or not?
Well, technically, any one of these items can be considered a container. Like, if you started typing knife next to your quarterstaff, you could put your quarterstaff in your knife. But in the game, component pouches and belt pouches are containers, and they can hold things.
Okay, I just checked it. All right, thanks.
Like putting a bag of holding in a bag of holding.
Don't do that. Resist with all your might the urge to do that. Unless you want to do it on
The only thing
purpose.
that you should inside a bag of holding is any crap springer.
Let's see. Something appears not to be working right on Delg Iron. Delg, on your inventory tab, do the items that you have in your backpack, are they indented?
Yes.
Okay, it's just not showing up on my screen. Alright. Which is weird, because Megan's is doing it properly. Once you are done sticking things and stuffing your backpacks and belt pouches full of things, let's go to the Notes tab of your character sheet. So I'm going to put up a vote. Done with packing. Just check that vote when you're done packing your backpacks. Alrighty, let's go to the Notes tab of our character sheets. And here you can see all of the fluff and roleplay fields. So you can go ahead and put your gender, your age, your height and weight. Your size should automatically be filled in by your race. For height and weight, there are height and weight tables in the Player's Handbook reference manual under which heading? Under Part 1.
Race?
It's under Part 1 customization options, I believe. No. But I don't remember where it is. It's somewhere in there. It's in the Player's Handbook. I don't think it's actually under your race. It's not listed in your race, because in the Player's Handbook, it's listed in the customization options section, I think.
It's under personality and background.
Thank you. It's under personality and background in the reference manual. There's a table of heights and weights if you want it to be random. You can, of course, choose your own height and weight, staying within the minimum and maximum range, or maybe pushing the boundaries a little bit if you want to be that way. But of course, you cannot be a 9-foot tall human unless you have DM permission. Because of that, I think that is possible. I think there's been like an 11-foot tall human before, but that's extremely rare, and you'll probably die at a young age, unfortunately.
Is it under... I'm not seeing it.
Okay, if you go to the Player's Handbook and open up the reference manual, then click on the D&D Player's Handbook text in the left-hand pane, and then click on Part 1, Creating a Character. And that opens up a whole list of things. Click on the one that says Personality and Background, and then scroll down through there. Additionally, I think I can share it this way. Let's try this. Look in the chat window.
Okay, I see it.
And click on that round shield, and you may be able to open that up. Alright. Additionally, you can fill out your alignment and DCI number, your deity, personality traits, ideals, bonds, flaws, and appearance. Oh, here's something interesting. If you go to the main tab of your character sheet and click on the shield icon next to your background, and open up your background window, scroll down to the bottom of your background window, and at the bottom of your background window are several tables, little round shield icons that say table, personality trait, ideal, bond, and flaw. If you click on the round shield icon, it opens up a table on which you can roll to randomly give yourself character traits. For instance, if I roll on the Acolyte personality trait table, I idolize a particular hero of my faith and constantly refer to that person's deeds and example by randomly rolling on the table. And then, if I drag that round shield icon into the personality traits section on my character sheet, it will put that text there. It will copy and paste that text automatically for you. Like that, Drew. Good job. And that's if you want to randomly do personality traits. You can, of course, choose your own personality traits, either from this table or you can make something up entirely.
Oh wow, I just got an evil one.
Knowledge is the path to power and domination. Alright, let's leave this open. Move this around here.
How did you open that table?
If you open up the background window, so from the main tab of your character sheet, click on the round shield icon next to your background name. So click on the round shield next to Folk Hero. Scroll down to the bottom of the background window, and there are 4 round shield icons that each have the word table next to them. And click on that, and that opens up a table on which you can find a button that looks like a D20. If you click on that button, it will roll randomly on the table. And then once the result is posted in the chat window, you can drag the round shield icon next to your result into the appropriate section of your notes tab, and it will copy the text into that section.
How do I add my Folk Hero defining event to the personality traits table?
That is something that you'll have to add custom in a custom manner. So if you just click on the empty field in any part of your notes thing, like you might want to put it. There's actually a notes heading in the notes tab in which you might want to put the defining event. And you can just click in that empty field, and it's just a text field. You can type, for instance, defining event : and list what your defining event was. There is no built-in feature for the Folk Heroes defining event.
I really wish they had some way of getting the backgrounds for Rage of Demons.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. You pretty much though have to just do that yourself.
Type it. Yeah.
There is a way, I believe. Someone could do that. It requires some advanced knowledge of Fantasy Grounds, using a program called Parse that allows you to build custom content. I don't use parse because I like to build things in Fantasy Grounds. That parse program allows you to build things outside of Fantasy Grounds and import them into Fantasy Grounds, and it's a whole deal. Maybe someone will do that someday, though. In the meantime, though, because uh, your background doesn't really affect your character sheet a lot automatically, so you can just like, if you have a custom background, you can just type it in. Or you can find the background that is the closest approximation, um, drag that in, just change the name of it, and then make minor tweaks to your character sheet until it's appropriate. For instance, for Season 2, I had a character who was a Mole Master Aristocrat, which was basically just a modification of the Noble. So I dragged the Noble in, and just changed it to Mole Master Aristocrat, and changed the name of the background feature to Highborn, and replaced the text in there with the stuff that is for the Highborn feature.
On behalf of everyone at Gen Con, sorry we screwed up your town.
Yeah, I just read the other day or I just read yesterday the Mole Master is undone article. Man, that must have been horrible.
Well, just to be honest, some of it wasn't clear what we needed.
Uh huh.
Are you going to play the Epic at some point?
Possibly. So no spoilers.
Yeah, I'll be quiet then. We did what we thought we were supposed to do, and then we come to find out we just gave Mole Master a whole lot more enemies than.
Uh huh. All right. Let's talk about factions. Is there anyone who doesn't know what the factions are? Okay, then I'll just talk briefly of factions for anyone watching. In Adventurers League, there are 5 factions, extra-national organizations to which your characters can belong, and joining a membership in a faction has with it some perks. Upon the completion of any adventure, you earn 1 renown with your faction. That is, or 1 or more renown. That's just how much your faction appreciates your efforts and is aware of how awesome you are. And higher renown leads to higher rank in your faction, which higher rank comes with better benefits. There are also occasionally special missions for people of the various factions. There are 5 factions: the Harpers, the Zentrum, the Order of the Gauntlet, the Emerald Enclave, and the Lord's Alliance, that represent various agendas, and information pertaining to the factions can be found on the D&D webpage.
So that isn't integrated into. How do you integrate that into?
The only integration Fantasy Grounds has for faction is that little faction field on the Notes tab of your character sheet. You just type the name of your faction in there, whether you are a Harper, a member of the Lord's Alliance, a member of the Order of the Gauntlet, a Zentrum, or a member of the Emerald Enclave. And there's also space next to that for your DCI number. It's not really so much necessary for players to state their DCI numbers. Some DMs might want it because they might be associated with a store. So it's possible, even online, to associate yourself with a store, and that store may want your players' DCI numbers for the purposes of event reporting. If I understand it correctly, as stores report more players showing up, they can themselves earn higher status in the. There's like a hierarchy of stores, and they can get better benefits from that, I think.
Yeah, what it does is it affects the Wizards Play Network status of a store. And the more often a store runs Magic, runs D&D, stuff like that, it affects where they get to with regards to free stuff from Wizards to give out to people.
Okay.
So, like, for example, I don't know how they're using it much with D&D, except for maybe selecting the encounters, who gets encounters packs.
Uh-huh.
But for Magic, at least, the more stuff a store runs that's official games and stuff, they actually get prizes, get starting decks, limited edition or foil cards, things like that.
That's cool. Thank you for sharing that information.
So, are you reporting or just like casual?
I am not reporting. No, I'm not associated with the store. I do have a friendly neighborhood game store, but I don't report to them. I am my own man. I do have to, of course, stream for it to be considered illegal. It has to be viewable by the general public for it to be a legal game. No expeditions behind closed doors.
That's an odd rule.
Of course, you can. There are some games you can do behind closed doors. For instance, actually, this adventure, Lost Mine of Phandelver, the other published adventures such as Horde of the Dragon Queen, Rise of Tiamat, and Princess of the Apocalypse can be played at home without the necessity of streaming, and they are still considered legal. The thing is, the expeditions have to be streamed. They are only accessible if you are doing them publicly. You cannot play expeditions in private because the whole purpose of the expeditions is to get people to play in public. All right. If there's anything, what's that?
I was going to say you can play the books in private as well. You cannot play the free chapters of encounters in private, though.
Yeah. You can play the published adventures. Rise of Tiamat, Horde of the Dragon Queen, Princess of the Apocalypse, Lost Mine of Phandelver, and coming this September or November, Out of the Abyss.
I'm excited for that one.
Oh yeah.
There was the couple of modules that I played that were the previews of the encounters.
Uh-huh.
I mean the expeditions was pretty interesting.
It's gonna be good. I think
This is just me, but I can't wait till Orcus. I ran a game a few years ago in 3.5, I think, centered around Orcus.
Alright. I think Megan's getting antsy to get into combat. Let's move to the Actions tab of our character sheets now. If you click on the Actions tab, you should see a Weapons header, because every time you drag a weapon into your inventory, it automatically adds the weapon to your Actions tab. You can see here a space for the attack roll. It has a big black die 20 in it along with your attack bonus, and next to that is a button for your damage. Now let's quickly go over the magnifying glass. If you click on the magnifying glass next to the weapons header, not the one that's next to an individual weapon, but the one that is next to the weapons header, it opens up a window that says Weapon Meta. And here you can change on what rolls you critically hit. For instance, the champion fighter, that's a level 3 fighter who has chosen the champion archetype, critically hits on 19s. And so here, that person would change those 20s on crit on to 19s. And I think the half-orc gets an extra crit die. But other than that, that field is this window is not something that you guys will be messing with. But if we look at the magnifying glass next to an individual weapon, for instance, if you have a quarterstaff, click on the magnifying glass next to your quarterstaff, you can see a window that says weapon and then the name of that weapon, and there's a field for the name of the weapon and a field for properties. The properties field here is just for typing in things that are listed in the player's handbook. Additionally, if you have the Great Weapon Fighter fighting style, you can type, there's a property here that will automatically re-roll 1s and 2s if you have that fighting style. If you just type comma re-roll space 2, that'll happen. And also here you can see the attack and damage type. If you have a magic weapon, you'll want to put in the damage type field a comma next to the type it normally does, say slashing, and then put comma magic. You have to indicate that it does magic damage for it to overcome the associated damage resistance.
You can do that. So, for example, if I wanted to say that was a magic quarterstaff, I'd say bludgeoning comma, space magic, or bludgeoning, comma, magic?
The space is not necessary, but it either works. You can just put comma magic.
So how do I get the versatile damage properties out there?
Ah, yes, versatile. So for versatile, you have to create a custom weapon.
Oh, okay. So even
So-
though it lists it under the properties, you can't just have it show up as damage?
Yeah, there's no automation for that. If you intend to use your weapon two-handed most of the time, you may want to just change the damage dice. So if you look in the damage section of your weapon, you should see you should see some silhouettes of dice. For instance, the greatsword has two silhouettes of a d6. The quarterstaff should have a silhouette of a d6 as well. If you drag dice from the bottom left corner of your screen into this window, it will add those dice to your damage. And if you drag the dice particularly right on top of those silhouettes, it will add it to that line of damage. Otherwise, it adds like 2d6 plus 2d6, for instance.
I'm confused.
Yeah, let's
Okay,
go
so-
to...
So I take the dice that's in there and I can pull it out or not? Six.
You cannot remove the damage that is currently in there. You will have to right-click it and click the skull and crossbones to delete it. Or there's also, on the opposite side of the skull and crossbones, an icon that looks like an eraser. If you click on that, it removes the die that is currently associated with your damage roll there. So I'm looking at your quarterstaff, and you have just dragged a d8 into the damage line. And you will have to indicate, at the moment, you will have to change the stat to base, yeah, and then change the damage type to bludgeoning. And the way that's going to work is, if you roll damage now, it's gonna roll 1d6 and a d8. So yes, just like that, you can remove the d6 as well. However, you need to remove that entire line because right now it is 0 dice plus your strength modifier, which was -1, so it was going to be -1 plus a d8. And now you have your quarterstaff set up properly to be wielded two-handed. If you wish to wield it...
Why would a wizard ever use it one-handed?
Well, you might want a free hand, but I guess you can, of course, just let go of the quarterstaff and cast with your other hand. In any case, for the creation of custom weapons, in the event that you want to fight with your offhand, for instance, by default, fighting with an offhand weapon denies you your stat bonus or your ability bonus to damage. So if you look in the bottom right corner of your Actions tab, the Edit List button is there. And if you click the Edit List button, 2 blue buttons appear next to it, one of which depicts a sword, and one of which depicts a star. Clicking on the sword icon adds a weapon to your weapons section. A completely blank weapon that you have to add a name, attack stat, and damage stat to by clicking on the magnifying glass next to it. Clicking on the star icon adds a power. Powers are how you can achieve various things. For instance, the Rogue's sneak attack would be considered a power because they get to add 2d6, so they can set up an effect that allows them to, or they add a 1d6 at level 1. They can set up an effect that allows them to add an extra d6 on any attack on which they have their sneak attack. For spellcasters, such as you wizard and you cleric, if you go to the Actions tab of your character sheet, now open up the Player's Handbook and click on the Spells section. You have a window that says Spells, and in it is a list of classes. Navigate to your class and click on it, and it will open up a window that says your class name and the word spells. For instance, I'm looking at wizard spells at the moment. That is an entire list of all spells a wizard can cast that are in the Player's Handbook. If you drag the round shield next to a spell into your Actions tab, doesn't matter where, just drag it into your Actions tab, it will add that spell to your Actions tab. Fighter.
So, for example,
Oh,
if
yeah.
I wanted shield, I just pull it into the spells tab.
Yep. Go ahead and try that now. Just like that. Now, shield is probably a bad example because it is a reaction spell that adds 5 to your armor class for 1 round. So there's no automation associated with it because Fantasy Grounds can't handle something that short-lived and spontaneous. But take a cantrip you want to be able to cast, for instance. Choose a damaging cantrip if you want a damaging cantrip, and we can look at that. I believe the wizard starts with 3 cantrips, so you can choose a cantrip. Cleric. If you go to the spells, if you go to the player's handbook, click on the word spells, and then navigate to the word cleric. Not the one that is associated with your domain, just the word cleric. That opens up the cleric spells list, and you can click on the round shield next to a spell in the cleric spells list, drag it into your actions tab, and it will give you that spell.
Firebolt.
Okay. Drag Firebolt in real quick, and we'll so you can take a look at how that works. Alright, so you can see now that you have the word Firebolt, and beneath it are several buttons. One, it looks like a D20 and has the word cast next to it. One looks like a sword and has ATK for attack next to it. One looks like a D20 again and has the word save next to it. And then one looks like a blood drop and has DMG for damage next to it.
Right.
If you click any of those buttons, it will perform the associated thing. We will generally ignore the cast button, but if you click the attack button, it will make an attack roll. If you click the damage button, it will make a damage roll, and so on. For the fighter, there are some powers you will want to set up. For instance, Second Wind. If you click on the Edit List button at the bottom right corner of Megan's Actions tab, and then click on the blue star, it adds a power, and in the name field of that, you'll want to type Second Wind. Well, you can just type Second Wind in there by left-clicking on the field that says name, and then type the word Second Wind. Awesome. You set it up. Did you find that somewhere, or did you already know how to set that up?
I just clicked and dragged it. It worked.
Oh, sweet. I wasn't aware it had that set up already. That's cool. But yeah, if you click that button, it will heal you. Oh, additionally, you have your use of Second Wind once per short rest. If you get out of editing mode by clicking on the Edit List button again, such that those blue buttons disappear, in the bottom left corner of your screen, there are some fields that say Mode and Display. If you click on Mode until it says Preparation, you will see that there is now a field, or there are 2 fields next to your Second Wind power there, one of which says 0, one of which says Daily. If you click on the one that says Daily until it says Rest, and then change the field that says 0 to 1. Now, click on the mode again until it's back to standard. See, there is now a circle next to your Second Wind that serves as a checkbox to indicate whether you have used your Second Wind since you have last short rested. There's a similar thing for you spellcasters. Above your spells, there is a header that says spell slots that have little check circles next to the word first, or the number word thing first, next to the indication of first. If you left click in those circles, it will create a check mark indicating that you have used a spell slot. This is not done automatically. Casting a spell does not automatically charge you a spell slot. This is simply a tally for you to know how many spells you have used. However, for you people with ranged weapons, if you make an attack roll with your ranged weapon, it will charge you 1 ammo. It will automatically check off that you have used 1 ammo. So just Drew, so you know what I'm talking about. If you put a ranged weapon in your weapons tab, there's a space underneath that weapon for that says the word ammo, and there's a numerical field next to it. And if you type a number in that field, it creates a bunch of checkboxes in the amount of the number indicated in that field, and it just allows you to keep track of how much ammunition you have left. All right, I'm gonna take a bio break. I'll be right back. Alright, let us speak briefly of custom powers.
How do
So,
I add the line under fighting style for power?
what fighting style is it are you adding?
I'm gonna see if I can put archery.
Okay. So, the archery fighting style gives you a +2 bonus to attack rolls with ranged weapons.
That is correct.
Alright. So here is how we do custom powers. Just this is something to which everyone can listen. When you click on the edit list button and click on the blue star, adding a custom power, there are some things you can do with that. When you have the empty custom power field created, you can change its name, and there's a field next to the namespace that is for the purposes of category. For instance, you may notice, you casters, that the field next to the name of a power says spells in it. That puts it in the spells category. It sorts it into these headers like spells cantrip, spells level 1, and so on. If you leave that field blank, it just leaves it under a header that says powers. Now, if you right-click on a power you have created, or any power, even one from the player's handbook, it opens up a radial menu in which you have the option to delete the item, which would remove the power entirely, create an item which adds another power, and the only other option we really want to look at is add action. So ignore all the other options on that radial menu except for the down right pointing arrow that says add action. If you click on add action, it opens a second radial menu that has 4 options: add cast, add damage, add heal, and add effect. If you click the add cast button, it adds the cast button, attack button, and save button. So you'll want to be adding this to any spells that involve an attack roll or a save. Then there's a button that looks kind of like a blood drop, and it says add damage. If you click that, it adds the damage button to the associated power. Then there's a similar one for healing. And then there's one that looks kind of like a silhouette of a staggering man. If you click that, and we'll want to do this for you, Megan, it adds an effect. Now, when you have an empty effect like that, you'll want to click on the magnifying glass next to the effect, and that opens up a window that says Spell Ability Effect, and allows you to modify the fields of the effect. Now, for your fighting style, you will want to... actually, let me share with you. Go to my web browser and get a link. Here is a website that tells you more about effects and the various properties associated with it. It has something of a learning curve associated to it, but effects can be highly versatile and can handle a lot of things. For your fighting style, what we want to do is in the description conditions modifiers field, we want to type capital A, capital T, capital K, colon, and then the number 2, and then a space, and the word ranged in lowercase letters. Now, at the bottom of that window, make sure it says the word ranged with a D at the end, if I recall correctly. Let me check. Yeah, it needs to say the word ranged with a D. And what? Okay. And at the bottom of that window, in the targeting expenditure section, change the targeting to self, just like that, and that's all you need to do for this effect. So you can close that window and click the little button under your fighting style power in your action tab, and it should add the effect to you. You don't need to associate a duration with it because this is something that lasts forever. Forever. Make an attack roll by clicking the attack button in your actions tab. That's the, yeah, like that. See, it added the +2. Excellent. Now, also try rolling a greatsword attack roll to see whether it is properly only affecting ranged weapons. And also, give yourself back 1 ammo, or any amount of ammo you spend, because we're not actually killing the Ochre Jelly King here. Alright, so notice it did not add the +2 to your greatsword attack swing. Excellent. We are almost done, people. Let's look at your spells. The wizard has 3 cantrips and 6 spells. He's good. The cleric has... I actually don't remember how many spells the cleric should know. Let me check real quick.
You have to do math for cleric spells.
Yeah. Oh, the cleric is interesting because here's the way you work. Or, wizard and cleric, both of you pay attention to this because you're both prepared casters. If you go down to the bottom left corner of your screen, and in the mode field, click until it says preparation.
Ah, cool.
And that puts some checkboxes next to your spells. Left click on that, and it will that will indicate that you have prepared that spell. Then once you left click on the mode again, it will put it back in standard. And if you navigate
this mode?
Yeah, in the bottom left corner of the Actions tab of your character sheet, there's a field that says Mode Standard. You want to left-click on that until it says Preparation.
I'm not seeing.
Are you in the Actions tab of your character sheet?
Yes.
Alright, looking in the bottom left, you see the word Mode.
No.
Is your character sheet cut off by the bottom of your screen?
No.
Do you see a blue sword and star on the right bottom side of your screen, of your character sheet?
Yeah, it says...
Alright, you are in editing mode. Click on the edit list button again to get out of editing mode, and now you should see mode and display. Now if you click on standard until it says preparation, you will enter preparation mode. And you can click on the circles next to spells to indicate that you have prepared them. If you have those checked, when you navigate back to standard mode, you will now see a star icon next to your spells to indicate that they are prepared. So you don't have to stay in preparation mode to see which spells you have prepared. Now, just a word of combat mode. Combat mode works just like standard mode, except if you have something, if you use a power that has a limited number of uses, such as Second Wind on the fighter. It has only 1 use per short rest. If you tick that checkbox for something that has a limited number of uses while you're in combat mode, if you run out of uses, that thing will disappear from your character sheet. Not permanently, just while you're in combat mode, to indicate to you that you no longer have it. So combat mode, the purpose of combat mode is to kind of cut down on the amount of things you have to see in your character sheet, such that you only see the actions you actually can perform at the moment. Alright, I think we're almost ready. For you spellcasters, on your spells level 1 header, there is a magnifying glass next to the word spells level 1. Click on that to open up a window that says Power Group Spells, and make sure in that window that says Power Group Spells that the field next to the word Ability has the ability score associated with you. So Wizard, currently yours says Ability Int, which is good. Your spells are keyed to Intelligence. For you Cleric, you need to have your spells keyed to Wisdom. So if you click on the magnifying glass Delg next to the word Spells Level 1 on the Actions tab of your character sheet, it opens up a window that says Power Group Spells, and next to the word Ability, there's a field that has a little hyphen in it, and you want to left-click on that until it says WIS for Wisdom. Perfect. Alright. I think we're think we're almost ready. I think we're ready to leap into the adventure so we can practice using maps and combat. Alright, let's see.
Those dirty goblins.
Gray Cloak, what time was it you said you needed to leave?
Around 4:30.
3 hours? Okay, I think I can work with that. I'm going
The
to...
closer to 4, the better, but
Yeah, okay.
4:30 is the latest.
I'm going to try to... so, we're not... The focus of this session is not on roleplay, so excuse me if I kind of streamline this. We are primarily focusing now on combat and whatnot. So I'm going to put us right into the meat of the action.
Give us our experience in killing the Jelly King.
You didn't kill the Jelly King. He still had... Wait, did you roll damage against him? Oh, you did kill the Jelly King.
Yeah, we killed him.
No experience for you. Technically, I'm not allowed to give you experience for the Ochre Jelly King because he is not a creature that exists within any of the published adventures. I made him myself. Alright. Oh, my poor little PC. I started filling out my own PC sheet, if you recall, but I started focusing on your sheets and never played with him again. It's okay. Alrighty. Yeah. I'm going to share a map with you all. This is going to be big, so don't freak out when it covers your screen. You should now see a map, and it will be blank from your perspective. Just a word on maps. If you look in the bottom right corner of the map, there's a little golden icon that looks vaguely like a compass rose. If you left-click on that and hold and start moving your mouse, you can drag your viewing point around the map. Just left-clicking in the map moves the map itself. So if you left-click anywhere in the map and start dragging, it will move the map itself. This is a feature that is intentional, such that if a map does fill up your screen, you can still move it around so that you can angle yourself to find the bottom right corner of the map where there is where there's a tool to adjust the size of the window in much the way you would any window in the Windows system. This map is blank, or is not blank, it is populated, but I'm going to put you guys on it. So, let me reveal an area. Alright, you may now see on the right-hand side of the map your 3 tokens, and you can move your tokens by left-clicking on them and dragging.
Is that a door?
That is a door. You just stepped right through it like magic. Alright. So let me give you a background on this. We're just going to do this for the purpose of practicing combat. So I will briefly tell you what is happening in this little adventure. You mighty heroes, or novice adventurers, have... I don't want to spoil it too much just in case you ever want to play this in the future, so I'm just going to say for now that you have...
User joined your channel.
Hello, Jack. You wanted to listen in on our conversation? Oh, you wanted to join in the combat? Yeah, that's fine, I suppose. You guys can have a 4-man party. That'll help you survive. Jack, you can go ahead and import your character, and I will add you to the party sheet. Do 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 do. Whistle while you work.
So while he's doing that, I do have a question.
Go ahead.
I have 3 monitors, and early one time when I was playing, I figured out I can kind of drag it over to the right.
Uh-huh.
But that column on the right-hand side far and the left-hand side far, is there any way I can move those so that those are on my middle, and then I have more table space on the right and left?
Unfortunately, no. Those are fixed in place.
Having those out in the corners of 60-inch wide screens are.
Yeah. They may. I think Fantasy Grounds is working on some multi-monitor support. That may be something that comes in a later update.
I can manage to play it a little too monitor that way, but I'm going across all 3 monitors and get far.
Yeah.
DM, can
Yeah.
you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Oh,
There is another player in the Twitch channel. That's what I wanted to tell you. So I'm not
okay.
playing.
Yeah, I think it'd be good for us to have some veteran players in here too, to assist with the learning in a very
So I have adventures today. I need to go early, so I won't be sticking around. But I just wanted to say that there is another. I think he's a new player, so he's in the Twitch channel. He said that he is says that he is late.
yeah, that's Dean.
Okay, Dean's not a veteran. Okay, thank you. Just wanted to let you know. Bye bye.
All right, bye. All right, I'm gonna go see if Dean wants to join us real
User
quickly.
disconnected from your channel.
I'm gonna take a quick break to get another drink and something. I'll be right back.
All right, go ahead.
Can I switch some things around on my character if I'm gonna be the tank? Because my character seems to be more built to stand and fight with a bow than be a tank.
Well, it's not necessary to have the typical tank, healer, damage dealer party distribution, as long as you're clever. But if you want to make some changes to your character, go ahead and do so now.
All right, I'll do it. Get back.
Hoi-ya! All right, Arm Shark will be joining us.
User joined your channel.
Hello.
Hello.
Right, you're not putting any XP now, are you? Because I'll use Feng from you, because he's doing this with you.
I was going to award experience. You can use a newer character if you want. However, I think it would be. I don't know. I kind of want to only let the new players have their first pick at magic items, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, that's fine. Right, well, when you award XP, let me jump out, because I don't want the XP on the character.
Oh, that's fine. I can remove you from the character sheet. There's no need for you to jump out. I can set it up such that you will not receive any experience points.
Yeah, that's fine.
Alright, so, Megan, it looks like you have something of a tank already. You don't need to make any changes if you don't want to.
Alright, is that guy ready to go yet?
Yeah. Danny, you ready to go? Or, Dean, you ready to go?
Yeah, can you just reshare the map, please?
Oh, yeah. There was, there was someone who was getting either food or a drink, I forgot. Let's have a vote. Stretch. Alrighty. Everyone's here. Alright. You four... let me add thing to the map. You four adventurers... Oops, wrong one. You four adventurers, seeking to hone your skills in combat, have gone adventuring, and have stumbled upon a den of villainy. This appears to, poking through the rubble of a destroyed and abandoned manor house on a hill near a village, you find a trapdoor leading into a basement that appears to be more or less intact. You have heard word recently of a group of bandits and vagabonds and ruffians who have set up camp around this place, and you think this may be their secret hideout. You have taken it upon yourselves to clear out this hive of scum and villainy to rid the nearby town of the bandit menace. So, descending through the trap door, you enter into a cellar of sorts. The door opens onto a 5-foot wide landing, 15 feet above a large cellar. So let me reveal that area. With stone steps descending to the floor in 2 short flights. Another door stands beneath the stairs to the north. A large stone cistern occupies the western part of the room. Whose walls are lined with kegs and barrels. There is a torch sputtering smokily on the one of the northern walls, and otherwise you have your run of the room. What do you wish to do?
Megan will look into the cistern and see if the water's clear, clean.
Alright. The water appears to be clean. It's kind of dark in here with only that torch providing what little illumination it can provide, and it reflects off the water, kind of obscuring your vision into the cistern.
I'll light a torch then.
Alright. Megan lights a torch as well, shedding bright light in a 20-foot radius around her and dim light an additional 20 feet beyond that. Well illuminating this room.
No, I'll look into the cistern for like, are they using it as a wishing well, bug money in it?
Good question. Make a perception check. Or if you want to stick your hand in, you can, of course, do that. Ah, yes, oh yeah, we already showed you how to make skill checks.
Yeah, I'll stick my hand in, looking for money.
Alright. Peeking into the water, you kind of rub your hand around the bottom of the pool, which is just about 1.5 feet deep. And you latch onto something. You pull out what appears to be a satchel tied with twine.
Have you explained the dice tower and Nakikan?
I did.
I will cut the satchel free and open it and inspect it.
Alright. Just a moment, too, Dean. I don't really require that. When I want something rolled in the dice tower, I'll say roll it in the dice tower. And just for all of you as well. When I want something rolled in the dice tower, just drop it on top of the dice tower, as I indicated earlier. I do not, by default, want everything in the dice tower. Opening the satchel, you find inside a... you notice that the inside of the satchel appears to be waterproof, lined in some kind of layer of wax or something. Inside you find a dry, a clear bottle with a red fluid inside, a clear bottle with a clear fluid inside, and 50 gold pieces piled up at the bottom of the satchel, along with a set of traveler's clothes. Now here's how this works. I will drag this collection of items into the party inventory. Oh, no. Got a bug. It's not set up right. Alright, I will click on this thing here and make the parcel myself then. Here we go.
clear potion, red potion, close, and 50 gold.
Uh-huh. Now, if you open up the party sheet, with that's the button with the little eye and the silhouette of 3 people, and navigate to the inventory tab, you can look in the party inventory, and you can see that you now have 1 potion of healing, 1 potion of invisibility, a set of travel clothes, and 50 gold pieces. Delg, you actually cannot. Actually, you can identify the potion of healing just by looking at it, because potions of healing are fairly common and easy to identify. The potion of invisibility you do have to drink, and I went ahead and, or you don't have to drink it. You can taste test it. So if you just like dip your finger in and stick it in your mouth, and you notice that your tongue disappears, and you identify it as a potion of healing, like that. Sorry, I didn't roleplay that. I was just, I didn't have that setting turned on. There's a setting to make items not immediately identifiable. There. From now on, if you find any mysterious magic items, they will be not immediately identified to you, and we can play with them. Alright, Megan, you have found quite a nice little thing here. It's kind of weird that it was stuffed in the bottom of the cistern, but what do the rest of you want to do?
I pocket it and hide it from everyone.
Is
No, I'm kidding.
there
Not
anything
really.
in this corner?
Make a perception check.
Is that a door? That gray bar? In the corner?
It looks like it's a wall. Alright,
And right there, is that a door?
that is a door.
Okay.
Delg starts poking around in the piles of boxes and bags over here, and does not find anything.
Well, is there anything, like, are these right here dioceses, or they go all the way to the ceiling?
Those go all the way to the ceiling. Those are walls. This room is kind of a blocky X shape.
And over here, you said there's nothing in the debris.
Yeah, nothing in that pile of stuff. And
So, is there anything hanging on the walls, or anything, like,
aside from the
map.
torch mounted on the wall, the only things of note are the cistern, from which you fished out a satchel full of goods, and the piles of crates and bags stacked in those 2 corners. There is additionally a door leading to the west, and there's a door to the north at the base of the stairs, right here.
okay. Wait, what's at the base of the stairs?
There's a door between, so those stairs on the right side are descending, and there's a flight, and then they come down around, and there's a door right between those 2 flights of stairs.
Oh, okay.
I have highlighted
So-
it with my pointer.
Is the torch something we can take with us?
Yes.
Alright, I'm putting my torch back in my pack and taking that torch.
Okay. In typical adventurer fashion, Megan scours the room trying to get everything of possible value, including the torch. You now have a torch and a bag full of goods.
I'll let someone else decide where we're going next.
Alright, Megan poses the question, where should we go next?
I'm gonna open this door.
Was that you, Delg? Yeah. Alright.
Yeah.
Opening that door, you can see with your dwarven dark vision that it proceeds into a hallway of some kind. Alright, stepping into the hallway, the dwarf cleric sees that it extends to the extends to the west about 30 feet and ends in a heavy pair of bronze double doors. Or were they brass? I don't remember.
Were they made by doors?
Here we go. Thick dust covers the flagstones of this somber hallway. The walls are decorated with faux columns every 10 feet, and the double doors at the west end of the hall are sheathed in copper plate. I was close. Now green with age. A relief carving of a mournful angel graces the doors. Megan immediately starts looking over the room, and before she gets to the other end of the hallway, she notices a crease in the floor just in front of this position. It looks like... Oh yeah, that's all you see. A crease in the floor. Right there.
Okay. I'll go with that. I'll be fair. I was listening at the door.
Oh, okay.
I ran ahead.
Oh, okay.
I know what I've done now, though.
Uh-huh.
I have a good idea anyway. We'll see.
You think this is some sort of pitfall. Stepping upon it will cause the floor to give out beneath you.
All right, I'll use my bow to poke at it.
You poke the pitfall, but it doesn't. Nothing happens.
Can I tell how far the pitfall is?
Give me an investigation check.
Not so good an investigation.
Not so bad either. You can determine that it doesn't fill that whole 10-foot square in front of you, but it does appear to be kind of covering most of it. It looks like you could skirt around it if you hugged closely to the walls.
All right. Do we take 10 on that, or what?
You need to make an acrobatics check to skirt around the edge.
Well.
And she does so with aplomb. She just slides along the wall as if she were a part of it, arriving safely on the other side. The only safe space is this space. From what you can tell, let me draw a pointer.
So, is there anything I can do to help the others make it safely across?
I don't know. Is there?
I have... Ooh, a shovel. That's what I should have poked it with. I have rope.
You might be able to work that in some way.
I'll toss the rope over, and at least one person on the other side can hold it, giving them something to hold on to while the two cross. Then I guess the last guy's on his own.
Sounds like a good plan to me.
We'll tie the rope onto him so if he falls, he doesn't fall far. How far is the fall?
You can't tell without
okay.
causing it to fall apart.
All right.
Can we make a running jump?
You can get a running jump. With a 10-foot head start, you can jump up to your strength score.
We should get two
So
people
I
over
think I
with
need
the
to use the
assistance
rope because
first.
my strength is a 9.
Well, just before you jump, we can pull you.
Alright, well, Megan has tossed a rope across what she presumes to be the pitfall, and one of you can hold it, and the other two can use the rope to try to guide your actions across the pitfall or around the pitfall without stepping on it, maybe. Alright, so Delg appears to have picked up the rope and is holding it taut for you other two to use it if you so choose.
Boy, jump over.
Drew, how are you going to proceed?
What's going on?
I was hoping somebody was going to hold the rope so that I could move over.
Delg...
I'm not sure that I could.
Yeah, I hold
otherwise.
the rope tight on this side.
Okay, the rope is held taut.
So, do I need to make any athletic roll on that, or
You
just-
can make an acrobatics check with advantage. So if you just click the advantage button and then roll your acrobatics check, it will roll it with advantage. Alrighty. You try to skirt around the edge of the pit. However, you were not able to hug the wall as tightly as you should have, and your foot slipped and struck the pitfall, which you felt kind of shake. However, with the weight of the rope supporting you, you did not appear to have triggered it. Though you can definitely tell that that floor is false now. There's like it's definitely shifted.
Do we hear anything below us?
Is there anything in the room? Like, okay, what is the door made of after all?
The door is, you can't discern its exact material, but it is plated in copper with a relief carving of an angel.
Are the hinges on my side?
There are handles on your side, yes.
Hinges.
Oh, the hinges. No, they open inward, or they open inward. Or I guess from your
Right.
perspective, outward.
Okay. Yep, we got rope for one more person. Then somebody's jumping.
Well, you two are both taking up the safe spot, so you may have to open the door to be able to proceed any further. Unless
Alright,
you want to
well-
squeeze tightly.
Alright, Is it locked?
It, let me check.
This is what I was, like, perceiving. Is there noise on the other side of the door?
Alright,
Is it
I will use the
warm?
perception check you made earlier. You do not hear any sounds on the other side of the door, and also it does not appear to be locked.
Alright, I'll open it. How tall are the doors?
The doors are 8 feet tall.
So they would not reach across that pit, would they?
Not fully, no.
Alright, so we'll open the doors.
Alright. You push the doors, which are surprisingly heavy, though they appear to be well oiled, as they don't make a sound as you open them. Your torch casts light into what appears to be a crypt. Let's read it. 3 large stone sarcophagi stand within this dusty crypt, and propped up against each sarcophagus is a human skeleton, clad in bits of rusty mail. False columns along the walls are carved in the image of spreading oak trees. The double doors in the southeast corner are sheathed in tarnished copper plate. Those are doors you just opened.
Okay. Is there anything the person holding the other side of the rope can tie the rope to on the other side?
No, the columns are only like half there. They're just they are false columns, and they don't really have anything to wrap themselves around. The rope is actually. Oh, as you step into the room, the skeletons stand up. Roll initiative.
Trying to push this into that. Are the other people even going to bother to come over? There's one just standing in the corner.
He's contemplating his existence.
Okay. So I'm here with...
Drew, if you're moving north a bit, I can get over.
Okay, so I hadn't moved because we just entered initiative, but if I can move into the room, I guess I will.
Well, we start off with.
You're gonna have to be fast because I can't hold the rope for long.
Yeah. Let's see. Fang has not rolled initiative, Fang has not rolled initiative. All right. As you step into the room, one of the skeletons stands up, draws a short sword, and advances toward you. It brandishes its short sword menacingly and attempts to stab you. With a creak of its bones, it lashes out. Whoops. I accidentally rolled my short bow twice. Ignore those. I'm rolling a short sword. Alright, it hits Megan with a short sword, dealing 8 piercing damage, badly wounding her. Fang, you hear a commotion in the room ahead. You stop looking in the corner, twiddling your thumbs. There is a 5-foot space on the other end of the pit into which you can jump.
Yeah, I know. I was gonna show the jump thing and that, but right, I will dash. I will dash and jump across there.
Alright, it takes you 9 squares to get there. So you still have 3 more.
Go to that.
Alright, the half-orc barbarian throws himself across the pit and charges into the room right between the skeletons. Delg, Iron Fist. You see across the hallway the skeletons arise, their undead forms assaulting your clerical sensibilities.
Can I jump to right there and then cast Cure Wounds on Megan?
Who's your deity, by the way?
Moradin.
Moradin, alright. 5, 10, 15. Yep, you can. Alright, the cleric, the dwarven cleric with his stumpy legs throws himself across the pit and channels the healing of Moradin into Megan. Here's how we do that now. Let's try it this way first. On the Actions tab of your character sheet, you want to roll that healing, but first, you want to do it like this. You want to click and hold the heal button. So instead of clicking it, instead of pressing it, hold it, and drag it over onto the map on top of Megan's token. Let's try that way first. There are various ways of going about this. Alright, that is one way of targeting people, by dragging the damage or healing or attack roll onto the other person. Another way of doing it is by targeting them first, but we'll do that on Megan's turn. For right now, you are done, so please press the next actor button at the bottom of the combat tracker.
So are you going to take the 7, or are you going to make him roll again?
Oh, we'll take the 7. That was the first one he got. So, you get an extra 4 healing. Alright, Skeleton 2. With a dry hiss, advances toward the barbarian and stabs out with its short sword, striking the half-orc's flesh, lightly damaging him. Megan, currently you have yourself targeted. Oh yes, we want to do targeting with Megan. So, Megan, could you please, demonstrate how to target people? So first, when it's your turn, if you hold the control button and left click on either the enemy's token on the map or the enemy's entry in the combat tracker, you will target them. You can see on Megan's entry here that she has targeted Skeleton 9 and herself. To untarget somebody, you just control left click them again. So to untarget yourself, Megan, you can hold the control button and left click yourself on the combat tracker or your token on the map. And now, when you have Skeleton 9 targeted, click the attack button on your weapon and firing a...
What? It does not automatically do it. That should be a roll at disadvantage, don't forget.
Yes. When you fire a ranged weapon while a creature is within 5 feet of you, you have disadvantage on attack rolls, as the creature in melee, as you are distracted in melee with that creature.
Well, I didn't know that.
Go ahead. If you want to undo that and use a melee attack, you can instead. Otherwise, just roll another attack roll and we'll see whether it hits. Alright, so firing her longbow, the arrow skips harmlessly off the wall, failing to strike the skeleton. And when you're done, just click the next button on the combat tracker. Alright, skeleton 9 rises and steps out of the corner, brandishing a short sword at the barbarian, stabbing into the half-orc. Alright, Drew, you're up.
Alright, so I'm going to try to cast a firebolt at that bottom skeleton I get.
Alright, so you can either control left-click it on the map, or you can control left-click skeleton 9 in the combat tracker. Alright, now once you have it targeted, click on the attack button in your firebolt spell. Alright, Drew, let's fly a bolt of magical flame which slams into the skeleton. Now roll the damage. That's
that did it right.
Yeah, roll
Okay,
the that's the button that has like a blood drop on it. Alright, and the firebolt slams into the skeleton, dealing 6 points of fire damage to the undead creature. And you still have your movement, otherwise, click the next actor button at the bottom of the combat tracker. Alright, skeleton 6 is going to try to stab Megan again. Stabby stab. Stabby stab. Alright, however, she has learned her lesson that she doesn't want to be stabbed by that again and dodges it. Fang, you are up.
Do what I should have remembered to do last round, and then I wouldn't have been so injured. I will rage.
Alright, Fang gets mad.
Okay, and I will swing and a miss.
Alright, Fang swings his great axe angrily, his anger clouding his judgment, and he misses the skeleton. Delg, you're up.
I'm gonna use Guiding Bolt on... which skeleton is it? Skeleton 6.
Okay. So you can either cast Guiding Bolt by dragging the attack roll on top of the skeleton, or you can target it first, then click the attack roll button. Alright. You fire a Guiding Bolt at Skeleton 6, however your aim was errant, and your lights disperse harmlessly into the air around it.
Why, Warden? Why?
Alright, and when you're done, click the next actor button at the bottom of the combat tracker. Alright, Skeleton 2 attempts to stab Fang, not stag Fang, and automatically misses. The Raging Barbarian is flailing around too much to even attempt to strike him. Megan!
Are any of these damaged? Have we hit any of them?
Skeleton 9 is damaged. He was hit with a firebolt. Make sure you untarget Skeleton 6 before you make your attack. Alright, and if you're attacking from range, remember to give yourself disadvantage.
No, the guy already pointed out that. I guess I'm gonna try and hit the one that is steady in front of me.
Alrighty. Megan stows her bow and pulls out a great sword. Wielding it in both hands, she slashes down upon the creature. Roll for damage. Alright, and she tears off an arm with that swing. It appears to be in pretty bad shape, but it still has the arm brandishing the short sword. It hisses dryly at you. Nice damage. And when you're done, press the next actor button, please. Alright, Skeleton 9 is going to try to stab Fang again. The raging barbarian filling the room with his bulk is somehow impossible to hit. Drew, you're up.
Alright, I'm going to firebolt again, I guess.
Go for it. Alright, that's a hit. Alright, and the firebolt...
Dead yet?
Nope, slams into the creature, but you have blackened a few bones. It appears to be barely holding itself together, however. Alright, Skeleton 6 is going to try to stab Megan again. It doesn't like the look of that great sword. But she deflected it with her wide blade. Fang, you're up. Alright, Fang swings his great axe, connecting finally. And just scatters skeleton bones all over the floor. As the creature comes flying apart from the powerful blow. Delg.
I'm gonna move up to this skeleton if I can.
Yep.
Can I move fast? Okay. Skeleton 9.
Yeah, you can move through the squares of allies. It just counts as difficult terrain, meaning each 5 feet of movement through through an allied square, it counts as 10 feet. You cannot move through enemy squares unless you are a halfling, which you are not. So you move up and call down the divine might of Moradin upon the skeleton, who avoids it. He doesn't worship Moradin. He doesn't care about your theology.
Man, son of a bitch.
And just for future reference, Sacred Flame, it has a range of like 60 feet, I think. So you didn't need to be in close proximity. Oh, and also... Oh, never mind.
I blame my god. He's giving me shitty information.
Looks like the saving throw on your Sacred Flame isn't set properly. I'm going to fix that real quick.
Oh, it's set to Dex.
Yeah, this happens. Well, it is a Dex save, however, and I noticed you did have it set properly to Wisdom. Sometimes it just doesn't parse it correctly for some reason. Now it's working. I don't know why I was doing that. Alright. When you're done...
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Keaton, technically there's 2 ways to pass through an enemy square: overrun and tumble.
Yes, there are some options in the Dungeon Master's Guide, which I suppose I will use. You can make acrobatics checks to try to nimbly tumble through enemy squares. You can also use athletics checks to try to just trample over them or pass them. Alright, this skeleton is going to stab at Fang again. Critically hitting, finally.
Thank God for rage.
Yes. Alright. Megan, that skeleton just got a pretty nasty blow on your half-orc friend. So she stows her long greatsword and fires off a longbow, piercing the skeleton right through its rib cage. There's now an arrow kind of sticking right through its body. It doesn't appear particularly perturbed, however.
Did I miss?
No, you hit. I'm just saying that I'm just flavor texting it that its skeleton doesn't really care.
Alright.
Alright, Skeleton 9 is going to try to stab the barbarian again. He toughs it out, though. Drew.
That guy down.
Do it. How
I
tall are
was
you?
about to try to cast bending on him. Oh, I don't know what I did.
We'll just take the first one. Sometimes this happens sometimes if your client is laggy, you may accidentally double click. Also, it could be a
Okay.
mouse. It could be a mouse thing. I've had mice that double-clicked every time I single-click.
All right. So it was a hit.
Yep.
There's the damage.
All right, and your firebolt slams into the skeleton, scorching more of it and dropping it into the corner, unmoving. And when you're done, pass the turn to Fang.
I'm gonna move up here behind our raging friend.
All right, the wizard wisely takes cover behind his bulkier allies. All right, and the half-horse orc swings his great axe into the skeleton, intending to end this, and doing so, scattering skeleton bones across the floor.
So
Alright.
were they in the sarcophagus, or
No,
are those still closed?
they were sitting on the ground, resting against the sarcophagi.
Are the sarcophagi closed?
Yes.
Is there any indication around the room of? Oh, you said something about oak leaves.
There are false columns around the room, as you can see. They are carved to resemble oak trees.
No. So, are there any symbols on the sarcophagi that would give us a clue as to what the Phandelver might be?
All right. Looking over the sarcophagi, you can see that on the cover of each is a worn carving depicting humanoid shapes. From what you can tell, it looks like two of them are carvings of human males and one a human of a human female, all with noble aspect. All right, Megan considers her knowledge of the history of this region, but is drawing a blank.
But they do seem like nobles. All
Yes.
of them?
They do. They have each of the carvings has a chin held high and a look of regalness on their face. As you two are pondering, what is this? Fang's like, I think I know. They are. This is the. You think this must be the tomb of the Tresendar family. These must be people interred. This must be the family of the people who lived in the ruined manor above when it was not a ruined manor.
So I'm open to opening sarcophagi for jewelry.
Yeah.
Alright. You want to open one of the sarcophagi?
Yeah, let's start with this one right here.
Alright, sliding the lid off.
Are there any doors on this room other than the one we came in?
Yeah, let me make it a little clearer for you. There's a door to the north, and a door to the east. Opening the sarcophagus lid, you find inside a rotting burial shroud and just a few bones and scraps of clothing. But you do find amidst that pile of detritus oh, where'd it go? I thought they had rings on. Oh, a gold bracelet. Looks like it'd be worth some money.
I'm gonna open this one.
The file. Take the bracelet.
Okay. You defile the tomb, taking the bracelet. Opening the rest of the sarcophagi, you do not see anything else of interest, just more moldering scraps of clothing and rotting burial shrouds.
Anything unique about it? Is it?
The bracelet?
Yeah.
No, it's oh, it is rather ornate. It appears to be of articulated chains with little gems embedded in it, but it doesn't have any like distinguishing markings.
Okay. Can anybody here tell if it's magical?
In 5th edition, you can generally tell when something is magical merely by touching it. You may not be able to necessarily discern its properties, but you don't get that distinctive tingle of magic from this item.
I give me just a second.
Alright. I need a moment too. I've been drinking a lot of water.
We taking a short rest?
He said he was getting water.
Alright, I'm back. How does the party wish to proceed?
Alright. My personality trait. I get bored easily. When am I going to get to my destiny? Huffing and moving quickly. I go to the next door, and if it's locked, I'm going to kick it down.
Okay, I'll give you inspiration for that. There might be some diminishing returns on the inspiration, like as it won't be as easy to get it later. But for now, I like the attempt to roleplay. So you storm up to the door. It appears to be. Well, let me check something real quick. Delg ponders the mysteries of Moradin. I need to check this real quick.
I can't say it out loud because my son's next to me.
I need to see which doors are locked, because, let's see. Where'd it go? Oh, this is right.
Oh.
Because he was being great last year, but this year he's just been a total prick. All my spells have been missing.
Alright, that door by which Megan is standing is unlocked. Opening the door, you come into a short hallway which turns to the left about 15 feet in front of you. There appears to be a door at the end of it on the right-hand side.
Is this hall safe?
Make a perception check. You don't see anything that would threaten you.
Checking the door.
Alright, that door is locked.
I was looking for some kind of strength check for the force of the door.
That would be, the crowbar is the item you're looking for.
Yeah, but I'm gonna roll something, right?
Oh, you want to try to force open the door now?
Yeah, I don't have a crowbar. I'm just gonna...
If you wish to try to force open the door, make an athletics check. Mm-hmm. Alright, you throw your weight against the door, easily bursting through the lock. The door buckles beneath your athleticism, and you enter what appears to be an armory. Delg, you step into the hallway just as you see Megan throwing her weight against the door. You in the room hear a heavy thud, and then, Drew, from that door beside which you are standing, you see shadows kind of passing under the door.
So the The door heading west from me, I'm seeing shadows.
Yeah, the door to the east of you. There are shadows being cast underneath it by some light within, and something moving in front of that light.
Hey, somebody's back there! And I move behind my barbarian.
I'll ready a javelin for anything comes through the door.
Alright, everyone roll initiative now. Delg, unfortunately, you didn't move before I said roll initiative.
Okay.
So I'm going to put you back there. I mean, I understand that you seem to prefer the chat window, but it's not going to be
Is there
too
anything
big.
in the room that I have opened?
Yes, the room that you have opened appears to be an armory. I'll briefly describe that to you, so in case there's anything in here you might want
I
to
should
use.
clarify. People.
Oh, there are no
Thank you.
people.
Correct.
Just weapon racks.
Okay.
Here's what you see, real quick. Racks of weapons line the walls of this chamber, including spears, swords, crossbows, and bolts. A dozen dirty red cloaks hang from hooks by the door.
Dirty
Gonna
red
use a
cloaks.
free action to take a cloak.
Alright, you grab a cloak. Delg, you hear Drew shout out that warning, and you respond the swiftest.
I'm gonna move over here, and then what's going on over here?
I would also suggest that you take the, if you're going to do nothing else, I would suggest you take the dodge action. If you're not going to use your action for anything else, that allows you, that gives any attacks against you disadvantage.
Yeah, I will do that.
Alright, so Delg steps into the room, shouts out for some information, and then readies himself for any incoming enemies. And enemies start incoming. The door opens, and out steps a man in a red cloak who yells, "What's going on here?" And he pulls out a short sword, brandishing at the dwarf. "Oi, who are you?"
Diplomats.
And Fang, that triggers Fang's ready action. He launches a javelin at the red-cloaked man, striking painfully into the man's side. He says, "Oh! What is the meaning of this?" He steps forward.
Diplomacy, motherfucker.
Half-orc diplomacy. He steps forward and stabs out at the dwarf who was ready for this and dodges, forcing the man to stab with disadvantage. Hoo-hoo, and the other one was a 20. Lucky you. He retracts his blade quickly and makes another stab, striking harmlessly against your shield or your armor, whatever it is you're wearing.
Morden was with me now.
He heard your
That's a
pleas.
lot of attacks.
That's 2 attacks.
5, 10, 15,
He heard me calling him a dick.
25.
Alright, Megan hears the ruckus and charges into the room, leaping atop a sarcophagus.
Before I left, did I notice any other doors in that armory, or is that's a dead end?
That's a dead end. Oh, I
And
will
that's the
reveal to
only
you,
door on that hall.
you did see there was that passage to the west led into another room that appeared to be empty.
Okay. Hopefully nothing's coming.
Alright, Megan leaps atop the sarcophagus, draws her longbow, and lets fly an arrow into the man, who howls in anger and pain.
I'm out of moves. So.
Alright, Fang. After launching a javelin, Fang stalks into the fray.
Ah.
Swinging a great axe, and the ruffian will have none of that and dodges it. Drew.
Yep, we're going to go with what we've been doing. I think since we've already hurt this guy, I don't think a charmed person would help us. So
Well-
I will put a firebolt in him, or attempt to.
Alright.
So try to control click him.
Uh-huh. He is
Then
now
I-
targeted.
Attack.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I did it again. I don't know why I did that. Why it's doing that.
You double click in the spell cast. You only need to click it once when you got somebody targeted.
Oh.
Yeah, just click it once.
All right. So let me try.
We'll take the first one. That's a hit.
Right. So do I same thing with the damage, or do I still have to double click damage?
Single click the damage. Just click and release. All right, and you charm the man with the passion of your flames. He apparently succumbs. However, he falls to the ground quite dead, brutally assaulted with bow, javelin, and spell. And you see another man emerge who says, "What's going on here?" He says, "What'd you do to Johnny?
Diplomacy.
You pay for that!" He steps over the body of his dead friend and unleashes a stab each against Delg and Fang. Missing Fang, but hitting... Oh, he had disadvantage against Delg. I will untarget Fang, since he missed Fang. And I will roll one more attack to see whether he would have hit. He did not.
Morden spits in your face.
Alright, Delg.
Thank God for dodge.
Yeah. Thank Morden for dodge. Alright, Delg swings his mace at the ruffian, who is having none of that, and dodges it.
Why, Morden?
Oi, you stupid dwarf, how dare you try to hit me?
Don't call me stupid, you'll end up like your friend.
He doesn't have a retort to that. Alright, when you're done, pass it to Megan. Alright, Megan from atop her sarcophagus perch
Kill his face off.
leaps over to the next sarcophagus. Lines up a shot with the ruffian and lets fly. Striking the man painfully. Ugh! You stupid! And he has some harsh language for you. Fang, you're up. Alright, you swing your great axe and the man ducks under it. Oh, that nearly got me. Drew.
Same thing, I guess.
Alright.
Poke him in the eyeballs.
I'm trying to do it right this time.
Go for it. We have faith in you.
So I clicked the attack. Oh, I clicked the wrong attack button. Let me see.
That's a hit.
Alright.
A missile of magical fire issues forth from Drew's hands, slamming into the man painfully. He goes down in a heap of singed flesh. Alright, you killed him. Congratulations, you murderers.
Doesn't count as murdering if they're wearing a dirty red cloak, though, right?
I am wearing a dirty red cloak.
They do match the description of the bandits you were sent here to find, upon closer inspection.
The skeletons killed them.
Alright, so...
Oh,
just looking
through
at the
that
bodies.
that door is open, and you can see into a room. Looking through the bodies, you see that they have... where'd it go? Nope, that's not it. Let me check if they had any goodies on them.
Were they wearing plate?
They were not wearing plate. They were wearing leather armor and dirty red cloaks. They did not have any money on them. They just had their short swords and dirty red cloaks.
The armory, did it have plate in it?
The armory had Spears, short swords, long swords, crossbows, and arrows and bolts, but no armor. No actual armor in the armory.
Short swords?
It did have short swords.
How many short swords?
6. Also, these two fine gentlemen each bore a short sword as well.
I'll take 5 swords. Well, no, I don't. I was gonna throw them, but I have a good bow.
I'm gonna walk up to the doors
What is
without
the range
crossing
damage
the
on a
door.
thrown short sword?
If you're using a weapon in a manner it is not intended to use, you usually roll a d4 worth of damage unless there are extenuating circumstances. Alright, in this chamber, lit by 2 torches, you see a simple stool on the far side of the wall between 2 cages. So the south and top are cages with iron bars. There's flavor text, or there's read aloud text. This long room is partitioned into 3 areas with iron bars walling off the north and south. Filthy straw lines the floors of those cells, the hinged doors of which are secured by chains and padlocks. A pair of disheveled human women are held in the cell to the south, while a human boy is confined to the north. All are dressed in plain gray tunics and have iron collars fitted around their necks. A heap of discarded clothing is piled carelessly against the far wall. When you enter the room, the humans cower against the respective walls of their cells. Alright, Fang just walks up and without a word yanks the iron door right off its hinges. It still dangles to the wall, or to the bars held by the chain, but without any hinges to support it on the other side, it is now lying on the ground.
I'm gonna search the clothes.
Delg, poking through the clothes, they appear to just be simple farmer's clothes. But it looks, while there are 3 people in the cell, there are at least a dozen people, there are at least a dozen outfits on the floor here. Fang, when you rip the door off its hinges, the women in that cell, the boy in that cell kind of scrabbles against the far wall and cowers against it and is like, what are you gonna do to me, mister? Who are you?
You look edible.
He looks like a human boy. The women across the far side scream out, Nars! Nars! Don't hurt him! Don't hurt him, please!
Alright, I tell him I promise not to eat him.
Alright, Fang.
Okay, I put my hand on his shoulder and like, hey, yo, you need to calm down.
Who are you? And Fang, you rip the door off the other hinges, and the women are like, what do you want with us?
And I'll just walk out and dissipate my rage.
Alright, Delg, what were you saying to the boy?
No, I was gonna say the Fang, because I thought he was going to eat the boy.
Oh, okay.
But since he just kind of ripped off both doors and walked out, I'd be like, what?
It was a critical strength roll on both doors.
The older woman in the southern cage, steps out and says, who are you people? What are you doing here? What happened to the Red Brands?
The Red Brands ran away.
And who are you? What are you doing here?
We are liberated. Be liberated?
You've come to free us?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, thank you. But that is why you have come? Who sent you?
I really don't remember.
Yeah,
Did
naturally.
you say?
No, I didn't. Oh, other than that, you guys heard. So pretty much you sent yourselves. You heard that there was adventure to be found here.
I'll frighten him now. I'll pick up the young boy. Take him to my ear.
Uh-huh.
and jump across the pit to them and then drop him down.
What are you doing with my son? Come back here! And the two women chase after you. They come over to catch sight of you landing on the far side of the pit with her son. Nars! And then you leap back across and say, please, get us out of here.
I just pick one of them up and check them on my shoulder and carry out.
Okay. So brusque. Alright, you take them out and point them on the way out, and they say, thank you. Here. She fishes around in her rags and pulls out, what is it? She pulls out a, oh, never mind. She says, thank you for saving us. Come visit our home in the nearby town, and we can thank you properly. And they depart.
Okay.
Alright, Delg. Peering into this room, trying to be stealthy, but failing miserably to do so. This area is the north end of a large natural cavern. And you have dark vision, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You can see all of this.
Think I need a rest before we go on?
This area is the north end of a large natural cavern, but it has been finished with dressed stone block walls and a flagstone floor. Several barrels are stored against the walls here, along with a number of empty crates, straw for packing, hammers, pry bars, and nails. The cavern continues for some distance to the south. You can make out several passages that open up off the larger cavern, and what looks like a deep pit or crevice in the floor.
I'm gonna hide over here.
Our barbarian needs healing.
That's true.
Yep.
He's not doing so hot.
If we don't
My
have
fault
any
because I
other
forgot to
options-
rage on the first when I jumped over.
What?
He's saying he forgot to rage when he first stepped into battle. If while he's raging, he only takes half damage.
I can't heal you right now until I
That's
take a
why
rest.
That's why I stood in between the mobs to take the hits, so Megan didn't take them. But I forgot to use my rage when I done it.
We have a party healing potion.
There is a potion of healing in the party loot, yes.
I'm okay to give that to Bang.
I would prefer if we can to take a short rest and use my hit dice heal, so they get to keep the potion of healing.
Yep, you can take a short rest that takes only an hour. You don't necessarily have to sleep, you just have to kind of sit down, take a break, get a breather.
But okay.
Probably a good place would be in the armory, where there's only one door that we could bar up.
Alright.
Alright, so upon Fang's suggestion, you guys want to huddle in the armory and bar the door?
That sounds fine with me.
Alright. Drew and Dell, go ahead and move yourselves into the armory and bar the door, and you are able to take a short rest without anything interrupting you. So you can roll hit dice, as we went over earlier.
Perfect.
Oh yeah, perfect.
Exactly what I needed.
Do I gain my spell slots after a short rest, or is it a long?
Delg, you as a cleric require a long rest to regain spell slots. Drew as a wizard can get one spell slot back on a short rest.
I've only used can't.
Okay, that's fine.
Everybody keeps attacking stuff before I have a chance to charm it.
You can keep. You just hold on to once per day. You can get one spell slot back on a short rest,
Right.
or once per long rest anyway. All right. The hour passes in silence. Nothing disturbs you. At this point, however, I do need, in preparation for something that might be coming later, I need everyone to whisper to me a secret something only your character would know. So to whisper in Fantasy Grounds, type /W, a space, and then type the letters G and M, not case sensitive, I believe, and then hit another space, and then type out your message. I need you all to tell me a secret. Yes, Fang, your test was successful. A secret, something only your character should know, something you would never want anyone else to learn. And while you do that, I'm going to take a look at your character sheet so I can get
Am
better.
I doing it wrong?
I have not received a message if you have attempted to do so.
/GM.
Oh, it needs to be /W space. Here, let me do it.
Okay,
/W space GM space. And type out your text after the space after GM. Ooh, I like that one. Okay. Okay. Look at Fang real quick. I love that. Ah, yes, Fang, I remember your secret. Alright. Thank you. I have a secret from everybody. You may now proceed.
I'm gonna exit the armory and try and stealth again, so I can hide right
Go for it.
Did that last one go through?
Yeah.
Okay.
God damn it.
Delg, your armor just clinks too loudly. And with every clink you swear additionally, so it's impossible to hide.
Why is he... Okay. I will ask the wizard if he knows the cantrip of light.
Say again?
Since I am a human, of course I know the cantrip.
I will ask you if you would mind casting light on one of the spears that is sitting in the armory with us.
Can I cast it on your armor?
You can cast it
I
on
can't
anything.
throw my armor.
What's that?
I can't throw the armor.
He wants you to. She wants you to cast it on
Oh,
us.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay, then yeah,
And then I carry that there as though it's... Our whole cavern is basically already lit up anyway.
With the dwarf's dark vision, he can see that much, but you cannot.
I thought it's somewhere into that area.
Alright, make an attack roll. It's a pretty easy armor class, but it's still a possibility that you miss.
Well, it's gonna go somewhere.
It is going to go somewhere. I'm going to determine exactly where.
Did you say attack roll?
Yeah, make an attack roll. A ranged attack roll.
You don't really have to. I
Oh,
can see
range
almost
attack
the whole
roll.
cavern.
Well, you can see almost the whole cavern. These poor humans with their normal vision cannot see that far. Alright. You throw
You
the...
don't trust me?
You throw the javelin
It was a
with
spear,
expert
but-
skill. And Alright, you throw the javelin with expert skill, and it lands neatly in the crevice, casting bright light upon much of the chamber. So I'm going to remove this thing and just basically say that you guys can see the whole area. The edges are a little shadowy, but for more or less, you can see it all.
Okay.
So here's what you see. A cold breeze fills this large natural cavern, carrying with it the scent of decaying flesh. A crevice divides the cavern and is flanked by 2 rough stone columns that support the 20-foot-high ceiling. 2 arched wooden bridges span the chasm. You notice that the javelin did not land in... It didn't sound like as if it struck stone. Instead, it made the distinctive thud of striking flesh, but you can't see exactly what it hit from this angle.
Whoops. This room that we're standing in, it doesn't have any other doors?
No.
It really seems like it should have another door.
You can look around for another door.
It's... Okay, well, I'll... Like a hidden door?
You can look for hidden doors.
I look over at my buddies, be like, you really shouldn't be doing that. We just fought some zombies.
Alright, make an investigation check.
It just seems like it goes from, like, carved stone into... I don't know.
This wall is built differently. It appears to be an extension of the cavern, but the floors have been laid with flagstone, and the walls have are of stone block. Alright, running your hands over this wall, you do find a crease in it, right? I'm going to move your token to the west of there.
Oh. Is it a door then?
Pushing on it, the false wall swings inward, revealing a short staircase.
Alright, but we hit something fleshy in this cavern, right?
Yep.
We should probably go see what we do.
I like secret stairs. We should go there.
That does sound interesting though, but I don't want to get snuck up on by something. Was it squishy like a rat or squishy like a human?
It wasn't. It definitely wasn't rat. It made the sound of like a thud, like something striking flesh. Also,
Can we
okay.
see the spear still?
You can, yes. Well, you can now that you're standing on that bridge. It lies at the bottom of a 20-foot deep crevice, at the bottom of which is a pile of bodies, one of which protruding from one of which is an illuminated spear. As you step into the room and stand atop that bridge, give me a deception check.
What kind of deception?
Some...
Who am I trying to deceive? I'm sorry, what am I... In what way am I trying to be deceptive?
Yeah, in this way. You feel some gaze upon you. However, this... You've felt it before. People... You've felt like you've been watched before, but this is different. It feels... slimy in some way. Just cold and dark. You sense in your mind a sentience that is not your own, as if something is in your head, rummaging around, finding your secrets. And you hear now, all of you, in your heads, welcome to my humble abode. Megan, come inside deeper. Perhaps we can discuss your friend, Jimmy Hoffa. We haven't seen him in a while. No, we haven't. In fact, no one has seen him in a while. Your friends may not like to know what became of Jimmy Hoffa. Would you like them to know, Megan? Shall I tell them?
Can the presence hear our thoughts or what?
You hear the voice in your head, but you cannot... you don't exactly know its nature.
So, which way would I go to come to this place?
Ah. Step across the bridge. Descend. Or no. Step across the bridge and come toward me. To the south. I await you patiently.
Well, I'm already pretty far ahead of the rest. I'm not going to move any further back.
Your friends are welcome to join us. Come closer. There's no reason to be shy.
So are we all hearing this voice, or just
Uh-huh.
Megan?
You're all hearing it in your head. And
I'm
it's...
going to try to make a perception check and see if I can see any.
Go for
Are
it.
these two things here doors?
There is a passage to the west here. I'm trying to reveal it somewhat. That is not a door, the area you've illuminated. That's just where the crevice kind of runs up against the stone wall. That appears to be a passage descending to the south. Additionally, there's a passage immediately to your northwest. There's a passage to the southeast, and a passage to the southwest.
So, we should go north, because it's telling us to go south, and I don't want to. It's scary.
Alright, Fang, you don't... Or, no, Drew, you don't see anything. And... Give me a moment. Fang, you see... huddled up against that column to the south. Those two gray rocks in the middle of the room are columns that go all the way from the floor to the ceiling. Huddled against behind the column to the south, a creature. Let me reveal it somewhat. It appears... I think I have a picture of it too that I can share with you. Yeah, I do. Looks like this. Sharing with you now. No, now. A vaguely humanoid body with sharp spines protruding from its back. Large hands and claws bear dagger-like talons. A single sickly green eye dominates its head. It looks at you.
I wonder if it's friendly.
It looks at you, Fang.
It looks friendly, doesn't it?
Ah, so you found me out, have you? And
Does he know that I found him?
that's a good question. Roll a deception check.
Yeah.
Yep. You feel his slimy presence clawing around inside your head. Ah, so you found me out, have you, Fang? Unfortunately, you couldn't find those who slew your tribe, could you? It's okay, though. I can end your misery right here. And...
What happened to the monster picture? Did you change it?
Change what?
The picture of the monster looked like it changed.
No, I didn't change it.
Oh.
Yeah, Fang gets it.
Die, you filthy creature.
Everyone roll initiative. Alright, Fang is the only one aware of its actual physical location. But I guess you guys are aware of its presence. So I'm going to say you're not, no one's surprised. But,
It's to the south of the pillar. Of the south.
Oh, no fun sharing the secrets. Alright. With that warning, Megan launches into action.
Okay. Is it undercover?
Yes, you can, however, see it. 1, 2, 3, 4. It has half cover against you at the moment. That just gives it a +2 to its armor class.
I'm not gonna go. I'm gonna take a half cover shot at it. So, what is that?
Just roll your attack roll, and I will tell you whether it hit. I will modify the its armor class on the fly. So yeah, so just attack it normally, and I'll tell you whether your arrow struck the column next to it or the creature itself.
So, it gets a bonus to AC. Is that right?
Uh-huh.
I will use. No, I'm still gonna use that. I'm gonna guess. I think I'm right.
All right. Megan lets fly an arrow from her perch on the bridge, but the arrow strikes harmlessly against the stone column, and the creature laughs at you.
Okay.
Alright, Delg, you're up.
5, 10, 15. I'm able to move right here, right?
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna use my crossbow on him.
Alright, Delg hustles into the room, drawing his crossbow, and lets fly a bolt at the creature, hitting it. Lightly. Ah, that's rather rude of you, dwarf. But my, you look tasty.
Eat another crossbow bolt.
Alright, Fang, you're up. After Delg passes it to you. Delg, remember to pass the turn to Fang.
Oh.
Alright, and Fang steps past the dwarf, heading toward the creature, letting fly a javelin, and striking it. Ah! I did not slay your tribe, barbarian. There's no need for us to be enemies. Alright.
Friends don't read other people's thoughts.
Alright. Now that I think about it, that dwarf really does look tasty. Alright. Delg. It stares at you, its green eye glowing faintly, and you feel a horrid crawling under your skin. Your flesh begins to wither under its horrible gaze. Alright. With that, your strength is completely sapped from you, and you fall to the ground, unconscious. Your body ravaged by its fell gaze. Drew.
So I still can't see it, or did I see where that attack came from?
You can... Oh, the attack was just it looking, but you can see it based on the fact that it has moved and talked, and Fang pointed out. It does have half cover against you, though, meaning that it gets a +2 to its armor class. That column gives it some protection.
I'm going to, in that case, move up here, and I'm going to try to stabilize Del.
Alright, give me a medicine check, unless you have a healer's kit, in which case you automatically succeed.
Before you do that, I do have a healer's kit.
Yeah, but I don't know if can I use his healer's kit?
Oh, I think...
I could use the healer's
Yeah,
kit.
Megan is saying, don't worry about the dwarf. Focus on the creature.
Okay, well then in that case, instead of moving that far there, I'll probably move there. And you're saying I'm going to have a disadvantage attack roll on my spell?
No, it just has it has an increased armor class. The column gives it some manner of protection.
You're going to take care of that, so I just roll my attack.
Yep, just roll normally. Megan, I apologize for speaking in your character's voice, but I wanted to convey that. I think I got a handle on what you were saying. Delg, you can't pray while you're unconscious. Morden can't help you now.
I apparently miss.
Yep. The firebolt flies harmlessly wide, striking neither column nor creature. And Megan's up. Oh, and here's something you may not know. On death saving throws, which you make each turn that you're unconscious, if you roll a 20, you do regain 1 hit point and can get right back in the fight. If you are stabilized, however, you do not make death saving throws. So, while stabilizing does preclude this dwarf's death, it's possible that he could also bring himself back up. Just so you know.
It is also possible to roll a 1 and end up dying.
Yes, it's when you roll a 1, that counts as 2 death failures, and you just need 1 more after that, and you die for good.
How would you like me to proceed then? You want me to give him a chance to make 1 round?
It's up to you. In the heat of battle.
Asking the group? I'm asking the people.
I think you guys should try and take care of the thing first.
Alright. Then we'll stand
Alright,
right
Megan.
there.
Megan looms
Use
protectively over the creature.
Use
Or
my...
over dwarf. Sorry.
I've got to do this. That I'm going to get without cover, right? Or do I need to move additionally?
Yeah, you're good.
You
No
can
cover.
move over me.
You're good. No cover.
Okay. I'll go ahead and use the inspiration for advantage.
Alright, feeling inspired, Megan lets fly an arrow,
Oh,
striking the creature. For 5 piercing damage, the arrow flying into its body. Ah!
15. And then I'm moving so that column is between me and the creature.
Sounds good. Alright, pass it to Delg. Let me check something. Alright,
Did I
Delg.
do a save?
Yep, make a death save. Alright, that's 1 success. 2 more successes and you will be stabilized. All on your own. Alright, pass the turn to Fang. As there's nothing else you can do, Delg.
But dream of ale.
And you know what, Delg? I'm going to give you inspiration for being a good dwarf cleric. And just so you know, you can use inspiration on death saves. Alright, Fang.
Athletics check or acrobatics?
To do what?
Never mind now.
Tombstone Bargrove the shit out of him.
Fuck you.
What are you doing, Fang?
Well, I run across the bridge.
Alright. As you run across the bridge, it starts to give out beneath you. Make a dexterity save. Alright, as you charge across the bridge, the rotting timbers give out beneath you, and the bridge starts to collapse. However, you throw yourself as quickly as you can to the far side, and land safely. The bridge now completely destroyed. Alright, you swing your great axe as you roll up from your leap into the creature, but miss. You were lucky enough just to have survived that. Ah, welcome. Finally you are here. The party can really start. And it swings a claw at you. Alright, let me how many claws it attack. It gets 2 claw attacks. Okay. Having missed, it swings with its other claw, striking you. And you partially absorb the damage. Drew.
Is this a bridge right here in front of me?
Yes, that is a bridge, and you saw Megan use it earlier. It appears sturdy.
Try to move to here. Can I still
Drew,
make an attack roll? Yeah.
Drew, you don't have enough spells prepared. You get to prepare a number of spells equal to your intelligence modifier plus your wizard level. So you have 2 spells prepared. You actually get to prepare 4.
Oh.
I'll let you go
Only
ahead.
cast 2 though.
Yeah, but you can only cast 2, but you can have 4 prepared. I recommend Magic Missile.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I guess cast magic missile at it.
Okay. With only the little bit of the creature you can see around the column, that is enough, your arcane knowledge tells you. You let fly magical missiles of force that leap from your fingers and curve in a curved path around the column, strike into the creature painfully. Yep, do it 2 more times.
Oh, okay. I
Yes.
thought it did that for me.
3 missiles arced out from your hands to strike this creature, who shrieks in agony as it is struck stingingly.
It only does them one at a time because before you cast the spell, you can say, like, I want the first bolt to go to target 1, the second bolt to target 2, and the third bolt to target 3.
Yep, you can split the missiles up, but you have to do it before you cast a spell. You can't do it mid-spell cast.
Well, I was gonna. Yeah, I thought it was gonna do all 3 of them for me. I guess it.
Yeah, it doesn't do that because you might want to change. You might want to target multiple people.
Okay.
All right, and having dealt some nice damage to the creature, Megan passes the turn to Megan.
Alright, I'm gonna step back here. And I guess this is gonna be a shot.
Give it a shot. That's a hit. You peek out from behind that column and let fly an arrow, striking the Nothic. Ah!
Oh,
Delg.
I am gonna move back.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Delg, make a death save. Come on, 20. Oh, it's a second success, but not a 20. Alright, looks like he might stabilize by himself. Alright, pass it to Fang. Delg, when you're done, pass the turn to Fang.
Sorry.
Fang, why don't you ever use Reckless Attack?
Oh, yeah, I have got that.
Alright, this creature dodges your axe again. Let's see if you can dodge its claws. Nope. Ooh, but only minor damage. You only got a little scratch. That one hurt a bit more.
But do I want to give somebody with 2 attacks advantage against me? That's the question,
Maybe not.
you know?
Drew, you're up.
Okay. I can probably put it down with 1 more magic missile, but I'll be popped out of spells for the day.
This does appear to be a pretty nasty creature. It took down your cleric friend in 1 hit.
All right.
Don't you have Ray of Frost or some sort of cantrip damage?
He has
I
Firebolt.
have to hit him though. That was the point.
Magic Missile automatically hits and does more damage. Well, can deal more damage than Firebolt.
Okay.
So is there a way to throw all 3 of these at him without having to do it one at a time?
While you have him targeted, just click the button 3 times.
Okay.
Alright, a Magic Missile, and then a second. And then a third slam into the Nothic, who's not looking so hot. Ah, you will pay for that. Megan.
So,
I
is that,
offer
am I supposed to be
pay
doing
the
anything
Nothic
on my spell slots for notating that I cast 2 spells?
Grey Cloak, just hold on for a moment. In your Actions tab,
Yeah.
you need to change the mode from preparation to standard. The mode is yeah. And now, if you look back at your spell slots now, just like that. All right,
Okay.
Grey Cloak, go ahead.
Thanks.
All right, I offered payment in the form of another arrow.
Okay. That's a miss. It
Oh,
rejects your payment.
oops.
It's
I
okay.
accidentally hit him.
I remember how much health he had,
Well, it said 12.
which is a
Oh,
miss.
Never mind. I don't know.
Right, well, it had
Interface is
11
slow.
damage and it exceeded it by 2, so 9 health he's on.
Yep. Stop doing math. Don't think about it. Alright, Megan, let's fly an arrow which flies harmlessly wide.
And then I'll step back.
Alright, and take cover behind
use
the
them.
column.
Yeah, I guess. I can't really get close enough to hit him. Unless I go the long way around.
Yep. Alright, that's one death failure, Del. 2 more and you're dead.
Yes.
Now, pass it to Fang so he can end this. Maybe. It's missed so far. I bet now that you know it has... Alright, that's a hit. And your axe bites deeply into the creature's flesh, and with a sickening fuck, it slides off your axe.
And poke him in the eye.
Green blood pooling around it, its form unmoving, the whispers in your head ending.
Do you want us to actually tell you we are recovering our arrows?
Yes.
Because the interface actually tracks it. Well, I want to recover arrows.
Alright, you can recover 50% of the arrows you spent. The rest broke or were lost.
I grab my javelin back.
Okay, that's fine.
And poke him in the eye with it.
The eye pops like a giant grape and spills vitreous fluid all over the floor around you. Yummy.
Get the healing potion and pour it down Delg's neck.
Alright, are you going to jump across the crevice to do that? Or are you going to go all the way around the north
Yeah,
bridge?
I'll have to jump across. There's no bridge there.
Well, Delg is still dying, so we have to move in turn order.
Oh, true, yeah.
Because it's possible that he could die before you reach him. Let's see. It was your turn, you killed it, so you still have your movement. And you...
Yeah. So that's the jump across.
An athletics check is not normally required to jump, but if you want to just make a standing jump from there, I will take that athletics check and allow you to leap across the chasm without getting a running start with supreme athletical skill. Alright, and that took 20 feet of movement.
Double movement today, yeah.
Okay.
So I can only go to that.
Drew. The threat of the creature appears to have been neutralized, but your dwarf friend is still in danger.
I don't know if I can get to facial areas full.
I'll use the potion on him.
You can, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. You can get there, right next to him. Yeah. Megan's not actually filling up that space. Not that next to him. Yeah, that next to him.
So then I will give him.
Keep in mind that each of these single squares is 5 feet wide. So, and of course you do not actually fill up that entire 5 feet. So you can fit in there quite comfortably.
Okay, so I give him the potion that we found earlier.
Alright, you pour it down his throat, and he sputters back to life. But first, let's say, Drew, roll 2d4. A potion does 2d4 plus 2 healing. Come on, high roller. Oh, to roll multiple dice at once, if you pick up a die and then right-click it, it adds more dice in your hand like that. Alright, so he gets 6 hit points back.
Oh, I guess I should have rolled that onto him or something.
No, because you have to have it set up as a power to be able to do it like that. But I mean, I can apply it manually. All right, Delg, you recover. Drew holding your head and pouring a potion down your throat.
I look up at him and be like, "Are you Morden?"
He is speechless.
Oh god, I'm still in this nasty cave.
Yes. Alright, so we can drop out of initiative now, and you can start acting freely because there's no danger at the moment. What do you wish to do?
Megan likes to inspect the secret passage.
Okay. It is a short, 15-foot long hallway that appears to end in a dead end.
Does this creature that we just killed have anything?
There is nothing on its person, but there is a pile of bodies at the bottom of that crevice.
Want to crawl down there?
Let's throw a torch at the bodies and burn them.
I'll slide down the crevice and have a dig through.
Alright, the slope is kind of steep, but also kind of gentle, and you're able to slide down without any trouble. And at the bottom, you see a pile of bodies. Also, it is unnaturally cold down here. There's like a faint mist caused by condensation of the air, and even like your feet are noticeably colder than your head. It's so cold at the very bottom of the crevice. You can also notice immediately, just being at the bottom here and at a good angle, there is a chest under the northern bridge.
Drag it to beer and sort of chuck it up so they can have a look at it.
Alright, Fang picks up the chest and throws it up to the top of the crevice. It lands with a thud. He climbs up after it. It appears to be a pretty battered wooden chest. It is hinged shut, but is not locked.
It's broken now, right?
It's what now?
It's broken now, right?
No, it was sturdy enough to take the throw.
Okay.
It does appear a little bit more battered for what Fang just did to it.
I will try to do an investigation.
Go for it.
Problem with it or not?
Alright, the wizard applies his considerable intellect and turns up nothing. He doesn't find anything.
Just open it then. Try to.
It is unlocked, and opening it, you find a pile of coins. Hundreds of coins, gems, more potions of healing, and a scroll with a symbol of sealed with a wax seal in the shape of an eye. There is also a longsword in a silver-chased scabbard.
Take a look at the scroll.
Alright, looking at the
figure out anything on it.
Looking at the scroll, make an Arcana check.
Oh, you know what I never did earlier? I never selected more. But there's my Arcana.
Alright, you don't recognize... It does appear to be a spell scroll, but you don't recognize the spell inscribed upon it. Just a moment.
I'll have a look with my enormous intellect.
Barbarian figures it out?
What the hell is going on here?
You're pretty sure this is for the augury spell.
Doug, I think this one's for you.
Are you Morden?
Why would the sword be for Delg? Delg is a cleric.
No, he's talking about the scroll.
Oh.
It is augury is a divine spell that allows you to commune with the gods to learn things about the future.
Oh. I guess he said scroll and I heard sword.
Yeah, makes sense.
Is it an ordinary sword?
Touching it, you feel the distinctive tingle of magic.
Oh.
Also, drawing the blade from its scabbard, you see that it has a hilt worked in the shape of a bird of prey with outspread wings serving as the crosspiece. Inscribed upon the blade is the name Talon.
Allen?
Let me type it in the chat.
Allen? Oh, Talon.
Yes.
I'm gonna stealth over to the southeast.
Alright, give me a stealth check.
I nimbly and loudly walk over here, right here,
Man,
drinking ale.
you guzzle and guzzle. Oh, shoot!
Oh,
I'm being loud.
Ale.
Alright, just a moment.
How much coins are in the chest?
I will add it to the party loot. Oh, I already did. If you look in the party inventory, there were about 160 silver pieces and 150, I think, gold pieces, and several several
How
gems.
do I look at that?
And a scroll of augury.
Uh-huh.
Is that it?
Where does it say party loot?
In the top right corner of the screen, click the little button click the button that has a little eye and a silhouette of 3 people. That opens the party sheet. And then on the right-hand side, there's a tab that says inventory.
Oh, we used one of those healing potions.
But didn't that
Now
chest
we
have
2 more?
Oh yeah, you used one of the potions of healing. I'll delete it. Okay.
We gave the scroll to Del.
Alright. Scroll
And
of
it's
augury.
somebody pick up the Talon. Megan or
Well, I will allow Fang first choice on it because he's actually been using his sword.
Well, he uses 2-handed weapons, it looks like. A longsword is... Oh, but a longsword is versatile, isn't it?
Is it?
I think so.
I'm using a long sword. I'm using a great sword.
I think technically I could use it, but
Well, you don't have to distribute it now. You can keep it in the party loot for the moment. And actually, the first person really who kind of picks up the sword can use it in the adventure, and then we'll distribute it at the end.
So, where's the sword at in the inventory? Can we see?
I'm still building
What it
it
is exactly?
because
Oh.
I keep forgetting to
special weapon, I think.
I keep forgetting to build it.
And it's not just a normal sword either. If I remember right, it has history.
Yeah.
Is it in the Dungeon Master's Guide?
Well, yes and no.
It's a +1. Oh, I mean, never mind.
It's
You don't know yet.
Yeah, I mean, I've ran this adventure all the way through, but it has special things.
Looking up magic items in the Dungeon Master's Guide is too complicated.
I guess we're moving up this way, so I go up here.
Well, we were. Is somebody going to take the sword? We should carry the sword with us.
Yeah, well, we picked it up. I don't know if anybody's utilizing it currently.
He said this is a dead end, but I don't believe it. So I'm going to start inspecting the wall at the bottom of the stairs.
Alright, give me an investigation check.
That Delg saying that?
Megan. My investigation is not that great.
Apparently it is.
I'll move it so you can look at that wall at the bottom of the stairs.
Alright, I think I have completed the weapon, and I will drag it into your inventory, in your party inventory. There we go. And I also want to fix that parcel. Alright, looking around at the base of the wall there, or at the base of the stairs there, you find another secret door to your west. Fix parcel.
On this wall?
Yep. There's a secret door there.
Okay. I was inspecting there too then.
No, there's a secret door to your immediately to the west of where I just put you.
Okay. So, waiting on everybody else.
Okay.
Let's get the barbarian down here and let him go through the door.
Before he goes through the door, I'm gonna cast Bless on him.
Okay. You can cast Bless on up to 3 people at once.
Okay, I'll bless all 3 of them.
Alright, I'm gonna... Do I have that set up?
Oh wait, no.
I do have that set up. Alright.
Never mind, I can't do it.
You don't have Bless prepared?
I could do Guidance.
Let's see. Hey, where do your spells go? Oh, you're in combat mode. Oh yeah, you're out of spell slots, that's right. Alright, Megan has found a door and gestures for Ugly Before Beauty to go first.
How do we identify the sword? It still says unidentified.
You have to either cast the spell Identify on it, or spend an hour tinkering with it to try to discern its properties.
Well, let's
I
take a break
can,
at the
I
bottom
can
of the
cast
stairs before we
Identify
open
tomorrow,
the door.
or somebody can play with it.
Drew, Identify is a ritual, which means that if you add 10 minutes to the casting time, you can cast it without expending a spell slot. However, it has a material component of a pearl worth at least 100 gold pieces.
Yeah.
So, you likely cannot cast it yet.
Never mind.
We could sit here for an hour before we open that door.
That's true. While you deliberate, I'm going to set up a guidance effect for Delg.
And a potion one.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll do that now. Alright, here's something that could be useful to everyone. If you go to the right-hand side of your screen, in the top right, there is a button, or near the top right, in that collection of buttons, there is a button that has a silhouette of what looks to be like a staggering man. If you click on that, it opens the effects window, and you can see various effects you can apply to other people. At the moment, I have built Guidance, Bane, Bless, and Blur. So basically, if you just target somebody and then click that little staggering man button, it applies that effect to someone.
I'm not. Where's the staggering man icon again?
In the button, in the collection of buttons at the top right corner of your screen, it's the second button from the bottom on.
I see it now.
Yeah. And if you open that, there's an effects window filled with all kinds of effects, all the conditions in the player's handbook, and various custom effects for spells.
On the player's screen is the fourth one down on the right.
Yeah, I see it now. Thank you, guys.
Alright, I'll also set up a potion. That's a good idea to do that here. Potion of healing. Oh, I can't do that as an... Oh, yeah, I can I? Just one moment. Doesn't affect. It has to be a power. Alright. The party is gathered at the base of the door.
Can you ignore the bless that I did? I was just experimenting with stuff.
Yeah, but you didn't have anyone targeted when you cast it, so it's fine.
Okay.
However, you have given Fang guidance, but you did guidance before I set the duration properly. And also, it needs to be set to... One moment. It needs to be set to reroll. Or it needs to be... Not reroll. It needs to be set to expire on use. So I'm going to just, real quick, try to use... Expend on... okay, so put semicolon... Roll... Semicolon... Okay. Guidance, semicolon, roll, bracket, semicolon. And that should do it. I'm going to apply this to Fang. Alright, we are good to go.
Are we gonna rest?
Alright, hold on. Alright, the walls of this bedchamber are covered with drapes of scarlet cloth. The furnishings include a small writing desk with matching chair, a comfortable-looking bed, and a wooden chest at the foot of the bed. Sitting at the desk is a short, dark-bearded human male in robes studying a tome. He wears a princely mantle of ermine. A beautiful glass staff leans against his chair, within easy reach. He sees you and says, "What are you doing here? Who are you?"
Surprise! And swing at him.
Okay, roll initiative. And Fang, you have surprised him. Alright, Fang, did you want to expend guidance on your initiative?
It automatically, because it was on roll.
Yeah, did you want to? Otherwise, I'll bump it back.
What did I roll to hit?
Wait, why do you have guidance? Oh, I accidentally put guidance on, wait. I have guidance set to, like, the bless effect for some reason. Let me remove that. Just to spend the guidance when you want to. Alright, Fang, you have surprised this man. That is a hit. Roll for damage.
I already have 11.
Okay. It is now Drew's turn.
All right, so we've already hit him.
Uh-huh.
I guess we'll hit him some more. Well, I'll need to move. I can't see.
He screams out in rage and pain. What is the meaning of this? Ah!
That's 5, 10. So, can I move to there, or is there something blocking me?
That you'd have to stand atop a desk. That's a writing desk.
So can I see him from there?
Yes.
I will try my cantrip.
Alright. He does have cover because your friends are in the way, but that's just a +2 to his armor class. Alright, your firebolt slams into him.
That's accounting for the cover, right?
Uh-huh.
I'm done, I guess, right there.
Alright, his red robes start to get a little redder as they catch flame a little bit. Megan.
Where did Fang go? Fang's not near Glassstaff.
He's right next to you. It may be some kind of glitch preventing you from seeing him.
I guess.
I'm
just gonna
diagonally up one to the right of Glassstaff.
Alright, you emerge into the room, leap across his bed, and angle yourself behind the mage. Or the man, because you don't know he's a mage.
Okay, so I'm going to accuse him of really evil things that he's done that sent the villagers after us.
Okay.
I guess I'm gonna make a normal attack. Oh.
Alright, you swing your great sword, hacking into his bed but missing the man entirely. You're ruining my bed!
He doesn't notice. I'm sure of it.
I must say, this is quite rude to barge upon my study like this. Perhaps we should take a second chance at a first impression. He disengages through past you, opens this door, and closes it behind him.
Which way did he go? He had to go through the other people.
He went to the west. There's a door against the wall there.
Are we done fighting then?
Nope, you're still in combat.
Alright.
Then it is
Well,
now...
nobody else is going. I'll yell, okay, come back in here and we'll talk about it.
Before he left, he grabbed the glass staff that was propped against the desk next to him. Alright, Megan has made her thoughts known. Delg.
Can I even get past Drew and Fang?
Yes.
Oh no, he disengaged.
They just count as difficult terrain.
How much does that add?
Each square of movement through their space, it counts as 2 squares.
Can I see him? Is that door, or he closed it?
Yeah, he closed the door behind him. You are in a plush bedroom of some kind. There is some blood spilled upon the nice rug on the ground.
Let's see. I can't do anything right now. I'm just ready my crossbow.
Alrighty. Pass the turn to Fang then. Fang, you're up. Okay, as you charge into that room, you find what appears to be a workshop of some sort. Oh, I have text. A rat scurries across the floor and takes refuge under a large work table set up with alembics, retorts, distillation coils, and other alchemical devices, all of it stewing and bubbling away. Bookshelves are crowded with sheaves of parchment and strange-looking tomes. To the south, a door stands open, and you see the man in the red robes hustling toward another door just in front of him.
Stop him.
Fang, just so you know, you have enough movement to get in melee with him. 5, 10,
Mine
15,
is
20.
glass staff, and he's wielding
Do I-
glass staff.
Yeah, you do.
Well, it depends. Are you going to make me re-roll that with my axe?
No, you can take that.
Right, because,
Get up close to him and roll axe damage.
yeah, I'll get to that.
Alright, you come up behind the man and dig your axe into his back, and he falls with a gasp. Oh! His hand brushing against the door in front of him. And you hear, what was that?
I've got no movement to drag it back!
Barricade the door with the body.
Use him as a meat shield. Everything went silent.
I can still hear stuff. Talking at
Just a moment.
Didn't we get opportunity? Oh, he disengaged.
Yes.
He has
Alright.
to attack, though.
You hear from the door beyond. Oh wait, Lester, go check it out. I'm not gonna check it out. You'll steal from me, I know you will. Ah, we wouldn't steal from you. It's not like you have much left to steal. And you hear a raucous round of laughter. Drew.
Where'd the mage go?
He died. I removed his body. It's right in front of
So did the
Fango.
rest of us, I hear it from where I'm at.
It wasn't very durable.
No, he wasn't.
Anyway, I'm gonna.
Okay, retreat back into that guy's room, and when they come and knock on the door, we're going to pretend to be him and try and convince them that we are angry that they're knocking on the door and they got to go away.
What about his body?
Drag it with us.
Okay. Is that plan acceptable?
So I would have moved right there to see if I could.
I was going to drag his body back in, but I didn't have enough movement to do anything, so...
Right there, what do I see looking through the door?
You see that, yeah, you can kind of see his body lying at the feet of Fang.
Is there a door there?
There is a door 5 feet in front of Fang, and there's an open door immediately in front of him. Oh, I don't think the door is quite revealed. Let me reveal it.
Okay, so I'm gonna move right
There we
there, and I'm gonna ready a flame, a firebolt to anyone that attacks Delg.
All right.
Thing.
Can we close the door in front of Fang so that we can make this room, whatever, the laboratory?
Fang didn't have enough time and everything he did in his turn to be able to close the door.
I don't have enough movement to stop running, and then I still couldn't close it.
Hey, Chuck, go check it out. Alright, I'll go check it out. And you hear footsteps. Just a few quick steps, and the door opens, revealing a man in a scarlet cloak emerging from a large room. And he says, "Oi! What are you doing here?" To Fang.
Did I hear a ready action from the wizard just then?
He said that if something attacked you, he would firebolt them. So this guy's going to step forward and try to attack you. So, wizard, unleash a firebolt against him. Get over here. Alright, you launch a firebolt at him and it slams against the wall next to Fang.
I didn't mean to do 2 again.
That's fine. This guy stabs Fang. And you hear... "Oi, get in here! Someone killed Glassstaff!" And, actually, just a moment. Let me check something. No. Okay. Megan, you're up.
Alright. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And I will...
Alright, here's another good learning instance. If you accidentally swing your weapon without targeting somebody, you can left-click the result and drag it onto the Red Brand Ruffian. You can drag it right from the chat window onto the target, just like that. And that's a hit.
That's...
You can do the same thing with damage.
Did I still not have him target? I did target him that time.
Alright, and your greatsword drinks deeply of Red Brand blood. He says,
Can
"Oi, what are you doing?"
they see that I'm wearing a red brand cloak?
Yes, but they don't really care about that when you swing weapons at them.
Yeah, I know, but just hoping they're slightly angry about it.
They're angry about you cutting into their flesh. Delg. You hear a commotion up ahead.
Let's see.
I'm gonna run around out of the room real quick,
Alrighty.
but I'll be back before my turn, I hope.
Alrighty.
I phase so that nobody sees me.
She blinks out of existence.
I'll go up to this table and I'll start searching it since I can't do anything right now.
You can cast Sacred Flame if you recall.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Sacred Flame time.
So, for Sacred Flame, yep, just like that. You channel the might of Moradin toward this ruffian who leaps to the side as a pillar of flame descends from on high to strike him. He
He
takes
should
it.
trip over the Glassstaff's body as he jumps.
No, he's fine. Alright.
I couldn't hear whoever that was.
He said he should trip over Glassstaff's body as he jumps, but he doesn't. He's fine.
I stand on his body.
Well, technically, Red Brand Ruffian 7 is standing on its body. When you're done, pass it on. Alright, you hear commotion from inside the room behind him, and another red-cloaked gentleman tries to angle forward. He steps past his friend here and tries to angle his sword into the door at Fang. So Fang, you have 3/4 cover. That gives you a +6 to your armor class. Let's see if we can hit. Nope.
+5 for 3/4.
Oh yeah, +5. I forget. Does 20 hit your new armor class?
Oh, God.
It does!
Yeah.
He manages to get his sword around there and stab into you. You take 2 damage. Oi, what's all this then? Ah! What happened to Glassstaff? They done killed him dead, Jim! Fang.
Oh, this is
Ooh,
gonna hurt.
man!
Right, I need to add an extra damage because I'm an orc.
Okay, go ahead.
How do I do that?
Let me do that quickly. It's do you just roll the same size die as your weapon?
Yep.
All right. So pick up your damage dice and then right click it once. Or do you only add that one extra dice?
Right. No. Well, I'm gonna roll critical damage. That's the 2 dice, and then 1 extra because I'm an orc.
Oh, got it. Okay. I'll add an effect real quick. What's the size of your die? A D12?
D12. Yeah. Savage attacks. When you score a critical hit with a melee weapon, you can roll one of the weapon's damage dice 1 additional time and add it to the extra damage of the crit.
Alright, I've added an effect. Go ahead and roll for damage.
This is gonna hurt. Why couldn't I have hit the other one?
Alright, it looks like it doubled it anyway. It doesn't matter. This guy is overkilled. You swing your axe, taking his head from his body, sending it flying down the hall. The other Red Brands are like, "Oh my gosh! They killed him! They killed him!" His headless body just kind of slumps down on its knees, blood spurting from the stump of a neck, and it falls down, his blood pooling around your feet.
You guys better run before we do the same to you.
Alright, another Red Brand emerges from the room, taking up the space of his fallen comrade, and says, "You'll pay for that!" Or you won't. Drew.
Alright, so we didn't rest. I don't have any spells other than cantrips.
Yep.
So, I'm going to go ahead and, just try to hit that ruffian at the front.
Go for it. You line up a shot over Fang's, or around Fang's body, because he's taller than you are. And you critically hit!
Alright, so I guess that's... so can I right-click my damage and do 2D, or is there a
Nope.
way to do that?
It'll automatically roll the extra damage.
Okay, so I just click it once.
Yep, just roll damage as normal. Alright, you let fly a bolt of magical fire, which passes right under Fang's armpit, igniting the stench emanating from his body. And the Red Brand is blasted in the face with some stinky fire, and is hurt lightly.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
So I glare angrily at the 3 that are left and tell them, we have not been defeated. We have killed your leader. We have already killed several of your people. Flee now and live today. And take a swing at the guy standing there.
Also, make an intimidation check.
Oh, okay. We should see how that resolves. Give them a moment to flee. By God, they better go. We're gonna kill them all. You're heartless.
Alright, they appear cowed, and they're backing away from you, unsure.
I growl angrily.
We'll leave! Just don't kill us, please!
Never, ever come back. Go.
Alright, if you're not going to continue attacking them, they are going to begin fleeing.
You get opportunity attacks.
No, because they'll disengage.
Would that be the wrong diplomatic?
It's mean of you anyway. Yeah, They're gonna disengage. I mean, they're not gonna just turn their backs and run. They'll like back away from you first and say, "We don't want any part of this," and then start running.
Try and grab one of them.
Del decides to try to attack them anyway, sending the light of Moradin down upon them, but missing.
Fucking Moradin, you suck.
Alright, you done?
Played my warrior. Yeah, I'm done.
Alright. Alright, Ruffian 12 disengages and begins running. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 6. Ten disengages and begins running. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Disappearing into the room behind him. Fang, you're up. Alright, Fang slams his axe into the ruffian who was backing away from him, killing him on the spot.
Well, you.
Oh. Oh yeah, I didn't remove your damage. That was a 15. Killing him on the spot. He still died.
I still killed him, didn't
Yeah. Oh, about your extra damage dice. If you open up your Actions tab and click on the magnifying glass next to the word weapons at the very top of your character sheet, of the sheet, it opens up a window that says weapon meta. And one of the fields says extra crit dice, and you can change the 0 there to a 1.
Oh, cheers.
Alright. You have routed the red brands. You can chase after them or you can run. They appear to be, or you can chase after them or let them be. They appear to be running away genuinely, terrified of dying. Especially with the their boss dead at their feet and a headless body lying next to him.
I immediately sit down and start contemplating the sword while everybody else thinks about what they're going to do.
Alright.
Can I search Glassstaff's dead body?
Yes. On his person, you find a... what did he have?
Glass staff had a glass staff.
He does have a glass staff. It appears to be a cylindrical length of glass. He also carries... check something. Yeah, that's it. The only thing on him was the glass staff, aside from his really nice robe, which is kind of cut up and bloody now.
Can I inspect the staff?
Holding it, you feel the distinctive tingle of magic. Delg, magic items, unfortunately, cannot be identified with mere arcana, except scrolls, because you can read them. But you'll have to either spend an hour pondering its mysteries, or you can, like Megan's doing there, or you can cast the Identify spell on it.
I'm going to ponder its mysteries.
Okay.
While we ponder,
dust.
go search Glassstaff's lab and bedroom.
Alright, Delg, poking through the bookshelves over there, you find several books that appear to have titles like The Alchemical Art and Brewing for Dummies and stuff like that. It appears to be just kind of a shelf full of books of recipes, in keeping with the alchemical equipment on the table behind you. You do, however, also find...
brewing book. I scoff at it. I knew this when I was 5.
And actually, we'll say that's all you find for now, because there's no need for you to. The other information is plot relative or plot relevant, which is not necessary here for this tutorial session. You do find there do appear to be a few vials of some valuable alchemical reagents, though.
I'll take the vials and the book about alchemy.
Okay.
Unless Drew wants them.
I don't have an alchemical learn it, I guess.
They are just mundane books, and they are not actually in the inventory. But if you want a book, you can have it. Just go to the equipment window and put a book in your inventory and rename it Alchemy Book. Books can be found under the Adventurer's Gear heading. What else are we going to do? Fang is defending the party while you guys look around.
What is the... I mean, I've got the player's handbook. I could look it up, but what is the damage on a longsword?
It's 1d8 if you wield it one-handed, 1d10 if you wield it two-handed.
I'm looking around the bedroom where we first found him. Is there anything there we need to look at?
There is a chest at the foot of his bed. In the chest, you find... it's not locked, and it opens...
I was going to investigate it, make sure it didn't blow up my face, but...
Probably a good idea. Go for it.
Another question?
Yeah.
How upset would you be if my pondering and study of this weapon included consulting the Kungo starter set? So I can't find it in here.
I will tell you all the things about it when you identify it. Drew, you don't see any traps.
And I guess we open it.
Alright, inside you find piles of coins. Nearly 200 silver pieces, it looks like, and 100 or more gold pieces. There's also a silk pouch containing handfuls of gems and a large pearl that looks to be worth about 100 gold pieces. I.e. can serve as an identify spell component.
Found loots.
There are also 2 scrolls, one sealed with a seal that looks like a heart, and one with a seal that looks like a flame.
Arcana check on them?
Yeah, roll it. Actually, you can immediately identify one of them. The one with a heart is a spell of Charm Person, which you can immediately identify because you know that spell. The other one you're able to identify as a scroll of Fireball.
Nice.
Otherwise known as a kick-ass scroll.
So, Charm Person, can that go to a cleric or a wizard, or one or the other?
I don't think it's on the cleric spell list.
Yeah, it's not a cleric spell unless you have the right domain.
So does Delve have that?
No, the life domain.
Then we might as well go ahead and give it to the wizard, right?
Yeah, okay.
Alright. There will be no more enemies in this place. You have successfully cleared it out.
It's only trickery clerics.
Yeah.
If we search, are we going to find more treasure, or are you telling us that's it?
That's it. There's nothing more to find. You guys, you guys basically found pretty much the optimum route for looting this place. You started getting the thing in the cistern, then went through the crypt where you got the jewelry, then you went through the armory, then you took the Nothic's treasure, then you went right into the home of the boss, into the lair of the boss. Alright, so...
I just now got up. I got my book, just like 2 minutes ago. I just noticed that what we were fighting was a Moffat,
Uh-huh.
and you put that there, so we could just look it up in the monster manual that you have
Yep.
available for us, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, that's kind of interesting.
Like, I mean, typically, it's possible that you have metagame knowledge all the time, but try to restrain yourselves from looking at things. But I leave that open just in case someone, like, tries to identify the creature. That way I can just say, if they roll exceptionally high, I can say, alright, you know everything there is to know about this creature. Go look at its stat block. Alright. Congratulations on clearing out this place. Let's start divvying up loot. I sold all of the mundane gear for you.
Thank you.
I sold all the mundane gear for you, and let's start divvying up the magical items. So we have 2 potions of healing. Who wants one of those?
Well, I don't want to be greedy, but wizard could always
Didn't
have
we
one
we
handle.
used one, didn't we, Keaton?
Yep, there are
We
2
have
more.
3.
Alright.
Can I get one of them?
Yeah, give them to them, not I don't want them.
Yeah. Alright, Delg wanted one.
If they want them, if everybody else wants one, I'll just go.
Well, Megan's a fighter, so give one to Megan. She's going to be up in the front.
Makes sense?
Yeah, that does make sense.
I'm definitely going to rework this character so that the bow is not its primary weapon. That just doesn't seem fightery.
Additionally, there is a potion of invisibility.
Are you using the starter set pre-gen card, are you, Megan?
Yes.
Yeah, it's closer to a ranger than anything.
My first character was a ranger, didn't like getting re-rolled, and I'm not keen on the bow.
So, hey, Megan, with that sword, it's a one-handed weapon. Get a shield and use that sword and the shield. And then whenever you choose your fighting style, the defense fighter is pretty nasty. You could get your AC over 20.
Yeah, I don't have it open now, but it was either the same thing as the bow, as ranged on melee weapons, or one that did something like while you're wearing armor +1 defense.
Yeah, you can go great weapon, which is basically if you roll a 1 or a 2 on your damage roll, you get to re-roll it, but you've got to keep whatever it re-rolls. The other one is plus 1 to your AC when you use a shield, I think it was. And 2 weapon fighting is normally when you hold 2 weapons, you don't add your modifier to the second weapon. You're like, well, you can only, unless you got the feat, you can only wield light weapons. So your dex modifier, you add that to your main hand weapon, but your offhand is only the d6 damage instead of the d6 plus your dex modifier.
Alright, let's try to get this magic item distribution first. With the newfound Pearl that Drew has, he's able to cast the Identify spell on these items. You identify them as a Staff of Defense, and Talon is a +1 longsword. I've put their descriptions in the chat window. The Staff of Defense requires attunement by a spellcaster, so only Delg and Drew can use it.
You want it, Drew?
Sure. I'll take it.
Alright. And the +1 longsword. Have we decided who gets that?
Well, I'm trying to figure out if it's better than the Great Axe.
So it's not going to do as much damage on average. However, you have magical damage because it is a true +1 weapon.
It bypasses damage resistance that to mundane weapons. Also, it is one-handed, so it does free up one hand to either hold a shield, hold another sword, cast spells, drink a potion, open doors, stuff like that.
So if I'm planning to make Megan more tanky, this is probably a good choice.
It's probably
Yeah.
the best you can get at the
And
moment.
how does Fang feel about it?
I don't want to.
Yeah, I think it'd be best suited on Megan.
I said to Keaton when I come in, I was only coming in for to help you lot. I don't want anything from that.
He's doing this out of the goodness of his heart. The charitable Fang.
Certainly appreciate that. So
Charitable
if
and
it's
freaking
undisputed, then
destroy
I will
shit.
take it.
Such a weird barbarian.
I know how hard that Norfolk hits, and I wouldn't have liked to be in a group of level 1s against that Norfolk.
Yeah, that could have been bad. Also, we have one potion of invisibility, and I mean, any one of you could use that. It turns you temporarily invisible.
I think Delg is the one that hasn't really gotten anything special other than the Scroll of Augury.
Yeah, you guys fine with giving it to Delg?
It could be useful for me, but let's say Megan had it, and I was bait.
Well, it only allows you to turn invisible one time. It's a one-shot item. Additionally, Delg, consumable items like this, while you can't give them away, like to people, say like, here, take this potion, in the middle of an adventure, you can say, here, use this potion, and someone can drink it. So you can at least keep it on your person in case anyone in the future needs a potion of invisibility for any reason.
I should
sounds
think
good.
of a cleric using that. Like,
Yeah.
oh my god, you're about to die. Take this potion so they cannot see you.
Yeah. Let's give it to Delg.
I'm okay with that.
Awesome.
Alright. Experience.
Oh, take me out to the thing.
Yeah.
Would you remind me how much gold we got?
If you look in your character sheet, just subtract the amount of gold with which you started, which I think was 15. And that's how much you've earned. So it looks like you earned 125 plus 85 silver pieces plus 39 copper pieces plus 3 electrum pieces. On your log sheet, you need to express that as gold and change. So I'm going to see if I can convert that.
Keaton, shout those numbers out again. I'll add it up while you're sorting the XP out though.
Okay, it's 125 gold pieces, 85 silver pieces, 39 copper pieces, and 3 electrum pieces.
On my way out of what are we in? A crypt?
Kinda. It's an expanded cellar beneath a ruined manor.
I'll stop at the cistern and make a wish with everything that's not gold.
Okay.
So that's 125 gold. That's
All right, and everyone gets 500 experience points. Nice.
you converted the gold into something less than what you already assigned.
Hmm.
No, you didn't. I get it.
All right, that concludes this little tutorial adventure, and I think we had a good session. Thanks for coming, guys.
Yeah, it's 138.9 gold.
138.9. I hope you all had a good time and think you got a better grasp on Fantasy Grounds.
For the experience, like this little tune, does it carry over if I play with a totally different group of people?
Indeed it does. This was an Adventurers League legal game, so all of your rewards are do carry over. They're only attached to this character. However, per the Adventurers League Player's Guide, you are allowed one free rebuild. So you can completely rebuild your character, changing everything except its name and starting equipment, I think. You'll have to look at the Player's Guide for exact rules on that.
So can I use the different
How much
named
experience?
character?
It was 500 experience total, and what do you mean by using a different main character?
Named NAMED.
Oh.
I have a character that I had created Gen Con, play the intro module for Rage of Demon.
Unfortunately, I do remember that the rebuild rules explicitly prevent you from from changing the name of your character. It has to be attached to this character with the same name, but you can change pretty much anything
What
else.
I'm saying is, why couldn't I have used that name for this adventure? I mean, all I did, that Drew is my real name. That's the only reason I put that there.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, feel free to.
Let me get that name for you, so if you have to turn it in somewhere. Second.
Everyone earns 1 renown and 10 downtime days. And Drew, I don't need your character's name. I don't report to anyone.
Okay.
And that concludes this adventure. You can ask more questions if you want. I'll still be here for a few more minutes. I think Greycloak said he had to go. I will leave this table open so that you can continue working on your characters if you want. And then I will export your characters to a shared drive where you can retrieve them later and then import them back into your own manage characters section. So that's the link.
The only thing on this, it was great. I learned a lot about things I never knew. I played a couple of modules, but I kept messing up my spell sheets and stuff, so I think I know how to do that now. One of the questions I do have is anybody ever... I DM D&D 5 at stores, but I'm wanting to do it online. Is there anybody that ever does how to run these modules online?
Yes, we occasionally do that on the AL Online Tools website where you signed up. Or did you sign up? Okay, yeah. Look for software tutorials. So it appears just like any of the other expeditions, except instead of being called like Lost Mine of Phandelver, it's called software tutorials.
Okay.
It's like it's like this one I just did, except I did it with the intention of teaching players how to play rather than DMs how to DM.
Right. I understand.
When we are comfortable with the interface, what is required to start posting games that we'd like to host on the AL Pool site?
Nothing. If you have a registered account on that site, you can start posting games immediately.
Alright, I'm gonna play a while.
Okay.
Hopefully I'm running a game tonight, though.
Oh, which one are you running?
City of Danger Part 2 and 3.
Ooh.
If I can keep everybody focused and start on time.
What was that question?
So Keaton, is your number attached in the Adventures League thing?
My DCI number? I put my DCI number in the chat log if you scroll up a little bit.
Or maybe I missed
If
it.
you fill in the form in on the AL site, when it comes to DM, if you go to Stamps Keaton, it'll automatically fill in his DCI number.
Oh yeah,
Alright.
I don't use the online log because I didn't understand what you're talking about. Thank you, Dean.
Have a great evening. I'm gonna go ahead and take off.
All right, see ya.
Thanks, guys.
I do both Keaton in case one of them gets lost.
Yeah, I learned that lesson with my very first character. I lost a few log sheets on him.
Keaton, thanks for doing this for us.
You're welcome. Thanks for coming.
User
Yes,
disconnected
thank you.
from your channel.
I'm gonna stop the stream now.